Hi folks, I'm Alan Watt and this is Cutting Through the Matrix on the 21st of February 2021. I hope you're all going through all the chaos and nonsense and madness that's been foisted upon us by our superiors, the ones who have decided long ago, in fact, that they own and run the planet. And they allowed you to carry on with the farce of democracy for a while, even though in their own big think tanks, they would keep publishing articles for the public to jump on, like the Club of Rome, the big think tank that was given the task of finding a reason for the elite to take over the world openly, to save us all. That's what they came up with. Man was the enemy. Global warming, drought, famine, pestilence would fit the bill. And bingo, that's what they chose. And they said that democracy at the Club of Rome was just obsolete. This idea was inefficient. It wasn't compatible with getting things done quickly. Just like Justin Trudeau, who admires communist China for having a dictator at the top, and everyone suddenly obeys him immediately or else. He quite liked that system, but then so did his dad. And that's a system we're living in today, of course, where the technocrats come forward on behalf of those who own the world financially, And that's why I've never had a disconnect between the real owners financially and the technocrats. The technocrats with all the scientists underneath them, including those in academia, that get pulled out of the hat every so often to inform us about how we should behave or what we should do or think or whatever, and how they'd have to retrain us all, basically, on how to think. Literally, they have articles out now, because they're not stopping at COVID. COVID was the excuse to bring all the system in, and it's also the excuse to rapidly change society from the old system into the new, and getting it done under emergency powers, a Wartime Measures Act, you see, to get it all done quickly and efficiently, because we all obey when we're threatened with extinction, even though it hasn't happened so far and probably never will, at least not by anything that you're hearing about today. But that's the techniques that are being used, and that's the excuse. Quigley talked about it, Carl Quigley, same kind of thing. They can get more done for a social change, for changing culture and organizing society, more done in 5 years of war. That's Emergency Powers Act, you see, than you can with 50 years of trying to persuade the public using propaganda and so on. So that's why you're going through the whole COVID exercise. It was planned years ago, and they had many tabletop exercises using the same participants of so-called experts on board, with the media on board too, during the exercises, by the way, and all social media on board as well, including the companies that own browsers and so on. Quite fascinating to see the ones from the European Union, where even Mozilla had sent someone over, and they would fully cooperate in sort of diverting searches, into other topics rather than and getting away from the topics you're looking for. Just astonishing, really, that people have floated through it in a sense, in a state of panic and terror and fear, very much like John Pilger's interview with Rennie Riefenstahl, who did Triumph of the Will for the Nazi Party in the 1930s. That it was a breakthrough in photography and filmography and propaganda and how to do it. And trick photography, as they called it at the time, was used to an extent. And she was awfully good at it, no doubt about it. And it was meant to literally terrify the world into compliance of what seemed to be on film, an overwhelming, massive force of endless soldiers, And so that's really what you've got today too. If you listen to the mainstream television every day, I feel sorry for you. I really do, because you're being deliberately terrorized since the beginning of the COVID exercise to change the world. And I won't go over it again. I'm sick going over all the articles that folk don't even bother to check up. At least the general public won't. Those who are already basically on the ball to find out what's going on really for themselves, to check things out for themselves and compare them, the information, are well aware that you can't discuss most things with the public anymore, because they have been literally brainwashed by terror and fear in this incredible exercise or propaganda, using all the sciences of psychology and behaviorism and neuroscience and technology from television, all combined together, including the exposés have come out over time from the institute in Britain that runs the terror exercise on behalf of the government, the SAGE group, that published, they had to publish eventually the group that they subcontracted the terror part of it to, the psychological warfare part to initially. And some enterprising and honest journalist, I guess there's maybe a couple left in Britain somewhere, came out and admitted that they were given these handouts telling them to exaggerate all the terrible stories about COVID in order to create anxiety, increase the anxiety level amongst the general public. This is your government at work, using psychological warfare, terror tactics on the public to get the public to comply. And that's what these journalists said. That's what these handouts advised the journalists to do. Exaggerate all the negative things about the story. Oh my God, terrible things, and terrify the public so the public would comply. That hasn't, in fact, it's got worse. Got absolutely worse. And I don't watch TV, but I get an occasional clip on the internet, of course, sent to me. And just what they're showing on a daily basis, probably 24 hours a day, in fact, morning till night, and all through the night too, no doubt. Just like the Weather Channel, the same thing was set up to terrify the public and make them neurotic about weather changes. And that technique certainly works with the pandemic, as they call the pandemic, which wasn't a pandemic even to start with. And I can remember even doing the stories at the beginning of this back last year, when I talked about, here's the definition of a pandemic under the WHO's old guidelines and the Centers for Disease Control and so on. And when they declared the pandemic, it was a pitiful, worldwide, the numbers were so pitifully few. They said they would do away with the present and the current way of determining what a pandemic was for this particular instance. And they did. I mean, they declared a pandemic when it was about 24 people outside China tested positive. But if they hadn't had COVID-19 in 2019, late 2019, if you could go back into the past and test for the same testing systems 10 years before, you would have found it too, because these tests constantly, I've got the CDC's information here on it, where they admit it'll pick up all kinds of coronavirus particles. There's dozens and dozens of them out there, all kinds that are pretty harmless, you see. But that doesn't matter. That's why they chose the PCR test, because they gave them so many false positives. And more so, the more cycles they run them through to amplify the particle numbers and so on. They shouldn't go above 30. After that, you start getting, after 30 cycles, you get more and more false positives. Well, they're up to 40 odd cycles now to ensure they get the numbers. And then when they call them cases, you see, they don't tell you these are not ill people generally. They're just folk who got tested. You know. So reality doesn't matter too much, and I knew this would happen because this was planned years ago. You had the tabletop exercises coming out of universities working with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. This guy literally is like Blofeld and the bad guy, you know, in the Spectre group and James Bond. Literally, he and Klaus Schwab, head of the World Economic Forum, and many, many other characters working together like a big club, you see. And that's what they are, a private big club that have connecting circles with other big clubs that run the world. The very technique that Carroll Quigley talked about, circles, and the connection of circles, like the emblem that you see on the United Nations flag, you know, the Chinese puzzle of interlocking circles. And each circle, of course, apart from the flag, was supposed to the countries and continents and so on. You also have, and the 5 points of, you know what, it is also the interlocking rings in the Chinese puzzle, you see. That's how it works. Of course, you connect into other people who are also funded by Bill Gates Foundation. There seems to be pretty well all of these characters, but also the head of the World Health Organization as well. It's a small world when it comes to totalitarian clubs. You see, the bigger it is, the more unwieldy it becomes. So you've got to keep it pretty a tight ship, basically, and keep it pretty small, but try to hide many of the different characters behind the scenes. Most of them are hidden from the general public. You never hear about them. And of course, they have the guys in high tech on board with them too, and all the media. Do you realize it took years to plan this and get it set up so all the right people were in the right positions across every country, including health specialists for the government on advisory, but all set up, all the right people, you see. It took years. Because you can't, which is impossible in any real society, a real open, honest, free society. You couldn't get so many people across the world in the same positions, like advisors to governments for health, all on board with every part of this agenda. It'd be impossible, especially when it's so full of holes. The agenda, at least what they call the science on it. Science can't just flip up and down like a yo-yo, you know. And when it does, there's something else at work. But of course, there's a whole big agenda to change sustainability, you see, on the planet, and reduce populations, literally create bankrupt nations. We're all totally we're bankrupt enough before, but we're surviving with small businesses. That was the backbone of most of the countries. And they're all shut down because of the big corporations, of course, all belonging to the World Economic Forum, all under that umbrella, you know. Have been allowed to stay open and be the only ones that can stay open. It's all prearranged, of course, because the world is to come out of this it isn't just to do with diseases. Disease is the excuse. You see, the humans, according to the elite, are the disease. That's what they said at the Club of Rome. Humans were the problem. That's the answer they came up with. And man, therefore, was the enemy of the planet, meaning the agenda. Man, too many of you see. And I'll touch on some of that tonight for those who still think it's just greed and money. And that part is true. There's a lot of greed, a lot of money. It's all borrowed money, and you're going to pay for it forever, for generations, if there's even any future generations to go on, because they want to vastly reduce the population of the planet. But in the meantime, you'll find the psychopaths in the companies have all got their hands out for big money, you see, that the government's throwing out there like candy and confetti to them. And if you can come up with any idea at all to help their agenda, no matter how farcical it would seem, just mainly to terrify the public and make it more realistic to the public. So if you can come up with an idea, they'll gladly throw millions at you. And that's what the vaccine companies are all doing too. They're coming up with not just the ones for coronavirus, they've already got lists of ones that they want to give you too, that we're all sitting in the wings. And future pandemics, like Bill Gates said, they're all waiting to burst forth, just coincidentally. You know, I don't know what labs they might burst forth from, but I'm sure they have quite a few lined up if they need them. But folk who are listening to television must be in a state of absolute frenzy, the total horror. We know for a fact that tranquilizers are being dished out like confetti as well by doctors, right? Big time, eh? Apart from all the street drugs they're flooding in. And the fentanyl is coming in by the boatloads as well. And it's really flooded. There was articles just recently too talking about the amounts of fentanyl, a whole list of drugs, fentanyl was amongst them, that they'd stopped at the US borders from Latin America, because they're using Latin America to bring them in too, any route they can. And although most of the fentanyl is made outside, and China has been the biggest producer of it since it started, supposedly. But regardless, it's coming in through the borders again in record numbers. It was reduced for a little while when the borders were being policed again. Now they've taken all the border police checks away and it's flooding in again. So, but the tranquilizers that are licensed and the ones that are legal, supposedly, but no one bothers about them anymore. Lots of the people are already in a mess with alcohol at home because they're allowed to stay open at the booze shops. And in Canada too, in Ontario, and for instance, Ontario has a liquor licensing board that sells the booze to Canadians. So our governments are the booze pushers and the drug pushers, because they sell the cannabis there too now. You know? Can you believe that? How I used to, when I was really young, I'd look at things like Monty Python's Flying Circus that they had on television, and I didn't like it. in those days. I still don't like it as much. It's an oddball comedy, but it was just too zany, farcical. It was meant to be avant-garde at the time, but zany, farcical. And some of the bits were funny on it. And it isn't until you're a bit older you realise some of the sketches that they did, or the skits that they did, I should say, in their comedy routines, like the dead parrot, and that had a different meaning from what you saw initially. There's an exoteric and esoteric meaning. But what they did show in the Monty Python was like silly walks, for instance, you know. And you say, oh, come on, get off it, the silly walks thing, eh? With John Cleese. And but now there's folk getting arrested. I put up the articles in the last few weeks where folk get arrested in Britain for not walking fast enough when they're given their 1 hour out of their home or whatever it is to get to the grocery store or whatever, or exercise or whatever. But they've been getting arrested for not walking quick enough because the cops are on a power trip, as all cops in all tyrannies always are. It isn't just our generation. This has happened down through time. When they unleash the Crown Police on you, or the Crown Troops on you, it's the same kind of thing. And so they love to swagger, and there's a lot of sadists, you understand, that go into these positions. It attracts that type of personality into them. They're not there to help us. Come on, that's what they tell them for at their interview. We want to help people, you know. But no, they may brought up watching the cop films and movies and drama series, and they want to be the guy smashing the doors and throwing the folks to the floor and being the tough guys. That's what they want, you know. There's a good comedy out there too. It's called Hot Fuzz, from Britain. Hot Fuzz. And that's in a comedy fashion. It kind of shows you more what the cops really think as opposed to what they tell you. But so yeah, there's always a sadist involved in it, and I like to see folks squirm. Same as the bullies at school. The cops again don't generally approach people individually. There's always 2 or more police like to approach in this day and age. And that's what gangs do at school, if you noticed. It's always the main one in front for the gang, and all these toughs are behind them. That's the same scenario that you see. Well, it's the same guys that go into, a lot of them become policemen, unfortunately, you know. And it's male and female. It doesn't make any difference what gender they are. In this day and age, this is it. There's them and us. That's how they see the world, you know. And Stalin said the same thing under tyranny as well. He said that, he says, you always make sure to keep the system running, meaning the totalitarian regime. He says you've got to pay your police very well, and your military very well, and your teachers very well, because the teachers will for big money, bigger than the average person's getting. You see, even in the Soviet Union, they were so vital for indoctrinating the next generation of children into the propaganda, you see. Which we have exactly the same thing here in the West. You've had it for your whole life long. You don't realise it. Getting worse and worse and worse. But anyway, that's me getting off a bit of the topic. What I'm getting into is the fact that, yeah, the silly walks and so on have come true. So the zaniest, craziest things that were almost a slapstick, zany type thing back in the 60s or whenever it came out with Monty Python's Flying Circus have come to pass, you know. You also had departments for arguments where there's a skit where they went into, I think John Cleese went into one of them went into an office, maybe it was Cleese sitting behind the counter, and the guy says, is this a department, like a government department for arguments? And so you could pay and have an argument and so on. And during the skit, they show you them actually having an argument, but the guy who walked in to get it didn't realize that's what was happening. It's techniques almost of mind control, you're seeing, throughout the Monty Python comedy. Even the dead parrot is what you're experiencing right now. The dead parrot, the guy comes into the pet store and he slams this obviously stiff dead parrot, which is a stuffed bird, on the counter. And the guy looks up, yes sir, can you help me? He says, I want my money back. He says, you sold me this parrot, it's a dead parrot, you know. And the guy picks it up and he says, oh, it doesn't seem quite dead to me. And So the person's doing a gaslighting on the customer, in the most extreme form of comedy, you see. And they pick it up, and slam it on the counter. Each one slams on the counter a few times. Not, this is a dead parrot, yada, yada, yada. And he also said he spoke, and he would talk in that. And I think it was it Michael Palin, they called the guy, the comedian in that skit. And he says, well, so they says, it hasn't spoken. He said, well, when I had it mumbled a bit, he says, And that was the comedy. But what they're showing you is that you can be gaslighted in comedy. To try and get you to believe the most ridiculous things. And that's what you have today. With the whole COVID war exercise upon the public. And this is a war exercise massively done over and over through exercises and tabletop using all the professionals that are now in power across the world over the last, since about 2010 at least onwards, having these regular exercises, how they would deal with it, right down to having all the top media moguls on board, and again, all social media on board, attending their meetings. To make sure that they have uniform opinion and uniform propaganda, and no one else would, and they would censor anybody. This is an exercise. They would censor anybody who had their own opinion or stated their own observations, even if they're professionals. It made no difference. All done in advance. Isn't that something, eh? And you think it's all developing by chance. Really? You really do. Most folk are terrified because they've lost their wits through incredible propaganda that they can't tune out of. Even on social media, and you sign into the mail, and there's all the news pops up first thing on COVID. Well, I don't want to hear about COVID, because to me, we've always had coronaviruses. Always. I mean, they weren't invented by laboratories, initially anyway. Definitely been modified in different ones as well, because that's part of biowarfare exercises. For exercises in biowarfare, you must have the exact viruses modified. Like Francis Boyle has said before, he drafted up the anti-testing systems for biowarfare for laboratories that they all had to sign. They got round it by saying, well, we're not creating it for warfare purposes now. We're just making it evolve by gain of function changes. To make it into a really killer disease, in case it ever mutated into the killer disease by itself. This is the farce. This is our dead parrot day, when we hear this rubbish. Straight-faced, bare-faced lies. Right? I used to call them bald-faced lies, but some folk have beards. But I mean, there you go with it all. It's just so farcical, isn't it? And you can't trust any authorities, because they're never going to tell you the truth. Never going to tell you the truth. And they're all agreed to that too. I said last year too at the beginning that this is written in stone. Nothing's going to change it, because they've been practicing it for years with their exercises. Using the media that come into the exercises. And the bioethics boards now we have, the only folk who have degrees in morality. You see, you don't have a degree in morality. You're just a simple human being, But they have the ones out from the Rockefeller Foundation that have put through the bioethicists through university to become bioethicists. Then they recruit them into their foundation, and then they've been sitting for 10, 15 years drafting up new codes of ethics for the new type of humanity they're bringing in, the new types of culture and societies. And they've published the stuff, right down to, so they practice law along with bioethics. What's ethical to do to the public? Let's decide how we can make this sound ethical, like euthanizing people and offering them euthanasia rather than treating them, because it'd be cheaper to euthanize them than treat them. It's very ethical things, you see. You don't understand this, you see. The university changes them to see things clinically, and they're distracted by their high intellects and things. They're not bogged down with emotions like you silly creatures, you humans, And these are the characters that are proudly, and again, because they can't stop being so arrogant, can they? They're out there in front with all the committee members, and they come on television now apparently as well to tell the public they should put yourself in their hands because they understand morality. And if they have to kill you and save medications for other people who might need it more than you do, because they've got a scale of life, and your point's down on a scale of life, you see, where this person here, they might pull through for giving the meds, so we're not going to give it to you, even though your tax money that you paid in and still paying in is paid for all. This is the system. You're in Monty Python, and you've been trained to believe it's normal. You're already trained to accept that folk must die by the bioethics committees that are on board with working with the characters who design your news, the psychologists and the behaviorists, how to put it across to you in little dramas and things like that, little special parts on the news. And they're announced like royalty. This is so-and-so, a bioethicist from Harvard University. These are your new priests, you see. This is their humanist religion. They're the priests that replaced the old religion that at least gave life a sacredness. These characters have taken it all away from you. They decide. They're the judges now. You're getting the picture now. Welcome to your secular society, where characters get paid big bucks, bigger than you'll ever see. They sit on boards deciding the fates of everybody else. Beneath them, all the lesser creatures, And you're accepting this. You're being trained that folk must just die now rather than treat. And you're accepting that. They're training you that one day, maybe 20 years, 30 years in the future, that'll be your turn. They might start bringing the rate down. They might start killing you off at 40 or 50. You don't know. For the good of the planet, you understand. The good of all. We're all in it together. And if you all went, you see there's lesser of the alls there, so there's fewer left for sustainability purposes. It all works together for the greater good. And this is you're all being trained. You started off, you see, with abortions. Life became cheap then. Oh, well, let's kill our children. Again, for sustainability. They kept telling us, they had decided long ago they only wanted a few million folk on the planet, not billions. Don't ask me why they wanted just a few million, but that's the number they came up with, about 50 years ago, 60 years ago. Actually, even beginning of the 20th century, they had the same kind of numbers. Isn't that odd, isn't it? Or is that just the proof of a continuous organization down through the last couple of 100 years, maybe? And of course, there's no conspiracy behind that part, because you'll find organizations actually existed even before Darwin took them over. But there you go, eugenics, etc. And folk literally, and Winston Churchill didn't believe in democracy either. He talked about it rather blatantly at the turn of the 20th century, and even mentioned who was pushing this new idea of democracy. Quite something. You'll find the continuity of opinion in certain family lineages when it comes to eugenics and population control. And it's not conspiracy theory. You can actually check it out for yourself. You can go into... The Huxleys are a good example, awfully good example. I mean, the Huxleys are so intermarried with so many of the top families that were involved in eugenics. They tend to marry each other, basically, as certain types of elites generally do. And he and his brother, Julian Huxley, and especially Julian, boasted about the fact that they themselves were like a scientific group. They mentioned the dominant minorities that ran the world and how they worked underneath that as a scientific elite that implemented agendas on behalf of those who owned and ruled the planet, basically. And they had evidence to back it up too. And their existence was part of it. The Huxleys went all the way back to, but pre-existing, of course, the Darwins, the Darwin family. And the Darwins were practicing eugenics already for goodness knows how long or many generations, because they only intermarried with the Wedgwood family. And you can look that up yourselves as well. So much so that I think when Charles Darwin's wife died, eventually, who was a Wedgwood, he married his mum's, was it sister or something? It was something like that, some crazy thing like that. They're completely interbred with the Wedgwoods generation after generation. And eventually the Huxleys also intermarried with the same group as well, eventually down the road. But the Huxleys took over Darwin's agenda for forcing eugenics. See, they actually thought they could force eugenics upon the general population. And the problem with the general population and the working classes was the working classes were the working classes. They could never amount to anything better than what they were because of their genes. That's what was believed, you see. That you inherited the traits from your parents, and for low-class parents, then you would inherit the low-class genes, basically. That's what they believed generation after generation. They were rather blatant about it, because most folk didn't read much in those days. Certainly the working classes didn't read the books put out by the big clubs themselves, including eugenics societies and the Darwin societies. But that went all the way through into and beyond World War II. And Julian Huxley kept the whole idea of eugenics going. He camouflaged the names of the Eugenics Society after Adolf Hitler went down with because he pushed eugenics, because he copied it from Britain and the US and the Rockefellers, actually, with their better American families, societies, and the Cold Springs Harbor, etc. And he copied him, and he got the blame for all. But really, he actually gave credit to the US for pushing eugenics and sterilizing what they called the unfit, that they've been doing in the States for quite some time, as in Britain too, by the way. But we don't like to look at our own countries. We're taught our countries are so wonderful and so above all that kind of thing, so you'll go off and fight for them again and pay taxes and keep voting for the pawns that are put out in front of you to vote for. But the reality is, eugenics has always been with you for an awful long time, even before it had the term eugenics, with implications of specialized breeding, not just natural selection, but specialized breeding. And they admitted that through their meetings, the eugenics societies in Britain, that the reason that they were so wealthy and they were nobilities and aristocracies in Britain was because they were very much like India or Hinduism. They didn't mate, they didn't just fall in their mates and so on, fall in with them, or they actually had them arranged for them through class and intellect. That's what they said. And wealth, so you'd inherit wealth as well, and wealth gets bigger with each marriage, you see. But it was very a practical affair, and the whole idea was simply to have offspring on behalf of the two involved, the two important families, the man and the woman, and they would have the credence again built up for the next generation down the pike. And that's what they were into, very, very cold in a sense, and mercenary to an extent. But again, you don't have to have the more modern idea of just romancing the person and then getting wed to them, or getting them pregnant, which was really a big thing for the working classes. When you really looked into the weddings, even when I was small, you used to pass the bands, they call it the bands board, for announcing upcoming weddings in towns and villages. And they'd be outside the council offices, or the church offices, but generally council ones. And you would see people at the ages to just the consenting age and no more, male and female. And you knew darn well it was, and nobody cared, because who cared if they got married anyway? They would take care of their own children. It wasn't all dumped on the welfare system or aborted. They would have the children and they would get on with life together, That's how things were. And then they often grow to like each other once the main, as you used to say, the lust part was over, or diminishing it, but they get to like each other, hopefully, And it didn't always work out, but the fact is that was how it used to be. But the elite families themselves literally had It's like Prince Charles. I can remember in the papers a long time ago when they were looking for a mate for him. This is the propaganda they fed the peasants anyway. And they had picked on Diana, you see, and for the right qualifications, that she wasn't sleeping around, so they said, but also the family lineages. She had some, apparently through the mother's lineage or whatever, some connection to the Stuart dynasty to legitimize it, because really the prince, his daddy, Prince Philip, didn't have much lineage at all, really. I mean, he was brought in from Greece, and the rest of them were really descended from the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha group, from the old Germanic territories, And when you go into those histories, you find actually a lot of them bought their titles in the early 1800s. Some of them went up for sale in the smaller princedoms. Yeah, it's a different story again. But the thing is, what I'm saying is, it was interesting that Prince Philip, who also brought over 80 odd his relatives, by the way, they were kicked out of Greece, and they were, eh? The Greeks didn't want them either. They weren't Greeks, these folk ruling over them, and monarchs and so on. They were brought into Greece when they ran out of royalties, and eventually they had to move to Britain. But we didn't find out in Britain that we've been paying for 80 odd of them and their entourages and all the rest, and their servants and all the rest of it for about 40 odd years. But anyway, I mean, Prince Philip is very vocal, and always has been incredibly vocal, about the need to cull down the populations. And the speeches he's given at the Sierra Club and the different clubs that he was the head of were all really, it was save the animals by killing the people. I mean, that was part of their philosophy, is really very open about the too many people. And he didn't hide it even from the media. He would come out with it at times. Now, they don't really mean what they say, They don't just have these world meetings about reducing the population and stick it up the chimney like a Santa Claus thing, it goes up the chimney to the North Pole or something. They do things about it. When they have these big meetings, they have a whole entourages of lawyers and civil servants working with them and finding ways to implement their policies, just like the Bilderberg Group. Same thing, they're all connected. And you're all the problem, you see, and you haven't been listening. Because they've been telling you, using climate change as a cover for years after the Club of Rome came up with the idea that they were tasked to do, find something to unite the planet, to give the elite the right to take authority to themselves, using the guys to save you all. They would start to take away farmland and stop you farming, and you can't farm, there's less food, and just like you're seeing today. And they were quite open about the last few meetings for climate change, that their agenda was to reduce the population, that the people, like the Club of Rome, came up with the idea. It was an idea that they said would fit the bill, that mankind, therefore, is the enemy. You see? And so the elite would say, well, we have to take over the responsibilities because you're not doing a good job. So we're taking over running the planet ourselves to save you all. That was the guys to save you all. But regardless how big the planet is and how really minuscule the populations are when you look at the size of the planet, the facts don't matter. This is an agenda set in stone. And they said in the 2019 meeting at climate change that the US didn't attend, supposedly, although some of the states did. They actually said that, and I put their speeches up at the time, that the people hadn't been listening. They were still having children. They were still consuming goods and starting businesses up and so on. And therefore, they'd have to do something more drastic. Well, bingo, at the end of 2019 in China, we're told, outbroke coronavirus. And you can put it down to coincidence for the rest of your lives, like you put everything else. Most folk put everything down to coincidence, because the elite keep telling you that. Everything's a coincidence. All the folk dropping dead after getting the jab are just coincidences. Happens all the time, apparently. As I said last week, I think they're all just dropping dead after the jab because the thankfulness and relief they've got, now that they know that they're safe, they're not going to die with COVID. Now they know that because they've just got the jab. It overwhelms them when they die out of gratitude. I think that's what maybe that I should dream up a name for that syndrome, and they could start using that in the newspapers. How about that? You're living through Monty Python. You really are living through it. You don't give jabs in elderly homes to people who are so old. You don't give these particular types of vaccines especially to them either. It's a novel, it's a new experimental type vaccine. It's not a vaccine even. It doesn't work the same way. It's meant to alter your body's DNA from the RNA, reprogramming it. That's really what it's meant to do. It killed all the animals that they've tried over the years with this thing. When they hit the challenge test, that's why they didn't do the challenge. They're talking about doing a challenge test now after they've given it to the public. This is insanity. Yeah, you're truly living through Monty Python, aren't you? But it all comes down to the same thing. The elite have taken over their rights again under Emergency War Powers Act. It's emergency powers. That's what war powers are. Shut down entire economies. Immediately, I put the articles up from the Club of Rome, right, the big think tank that works for the UN and for the global elite, praising what's happening for shutting down the economies, and we'll have cleaner air, and we won't allow anything to open up unless it's green and efficient and essential. Eh? Do you understand what this is what they said at the climate meeting? They're not listening to us. We have to do something more drastic. Well, bingo. How long do you think you're going to survive as the food shortages get worse and worse and worse? Do you think that far? Are you getting persuaded by the media just to relax and leave it to experts and don't worry about these things? Are you? It isn't just professional persuaders, which actually they have them now. They go round what they call the people who don't want the vaccination in some countries like Britain and so on. Do you understand? If you're professional persuaders who themselves are illiterate when it comes to medical problems, they're trained to win conversations by using psychological techniques. Is that some kind of fair and democratic system where professionals who are trained to alter your opinions through psychological means are being sent round the doors? They're not saying to you, here's the pros for this, and give you a whole list of the pros, and here's a whole massive list of the cons why you shouldn't, blah, blah, blah. Are they going to do it? No. They're not going to give you an informed and information so you get informed permission for anything. No. They want to bend your opinions by browbeating you and make you feel guilty as well. All the techniques that they use, they're trained to do this, you see. These are the same tactics that they use in torturing camps, like they had at Abu Ghraib and so on. That's what they use. The good cops and bad cops, and the ones who threaten you, and then the ones who, oh, it's okay, don't worry, I won't let them do that to you. The good guys, eh? And then the good guy says, well, maybe you should take this. Maybe it's a way to get out and get off the hook, Okay then, It's like, and they had that again in the Monty Python movie, The Meaning of Life, at the beginning, where there's a knock on someone's door, and the woman comes to the door with her apron on, the whole thing, working class, and that was the whole idea, Yeah, what do you want, And we've come for your husband's liver, What are you talking about? Well, he signed on as a donor, and so she lets him in, and as one of them's keeping her talking, they don't want to go through to the bedroom where the guy's in bed, I guess, and you hear the screaming the whole bit, and blood flying through the doorway and stuff, and they take his liver away, you see. And then the woman's left, still talking to one, and he he says, you ever thought about giving your liver, you know? And she said, oh, no way, you know. I need it, she says. And then the guy goes on to, and it's a great little scene where he goes through the song and dance kind of thing, where he shows you the universe and at the speed is they were going around the sun and so on and yada yada, all this kind of stuff. And at the end of it all, he says, it makes you feel kind of small, doesn't it? In the great scheme of things. Yeah, it does, you know, she says. She's bewildered and awed by it all. And he says, can I have your liver? Oh, okay. And that was it, you see. They dive into it. So even in these comedies, they're so zany, you'd laugh at them for being so stupid, zany at one time. It's all here now. They're keeping COVID deaths, what they claim are COVID deaths now, who are brain dead. Like the young woman who got after the jab there, she's 26, I think she was, again working in the health care industry. And eventually her brain got inflamed, the whole thing, which apparently happens with, I don't know if you're allowed to say that anymore because it's all coincidence. A whole category of now illnesses called the Great Coincidence Theory, you see. That's what they belong to, that grouping. Because immediately they're dead, before they're autopsied or anything, it's rubber stamped for the media to say, it has nothing to do with the vaccination. That's what they say with every single one of them. They had a sports guy recently who did the same thing. Apparently they were using him as died of the COVID or the COVID. And the coroners eventually came out 2 weeks later. We never saw the body. It hasn't been tested for anything. Why are you saying this kind of stuff? You know? Rubber stamping them all as COVID deaths, you see. And the same with but when it comes to the vaccine, they're all just accidental. They were just waiting to drop dead, you know. You'd never guess it. They're healthy. They're playing sports. Some's 26 years old, and there you go. It just collapses, and after the jab, it could have happened any time. It just chose that time, and there she goes. And they claim it could have been a brain aneurysm. You know, it's very frequent after just again a big coincidence, that kind of thing happening. It just. I was really thinking, I don't know if they sold it the Guinness Book of Records, because under, coincidence, this would be the biggest multiple coincidence syndrome ever found in human history. Old folks in old folks' homes in Germany, a whole bunch of them died after being forcibly inoculated, they said, using the military. What does that remind you of? Did you ever read about the racial hygiene thing? Huh? Did you read about that? I can't believe it's happening in Germany. Is someone you think someone's pulling your leg here in the articles, but that's what was done in the 30s when science took over as the primary religion in Germany. And they went round old folks. Why keep these folks alive? They've all documentaries out, you can see them. Where they said, look, do you really want to keep these? And these were massively deformed people, and often brain damaged too at birth, a lot of them. And this is acceptable, Paul. And they sent teams, medical teams around all different hospitals and so on, to euthanize them. And as soon as I read that article, I says, is someone pulling my leg? This is in Germany happening now. And they're using the military to administer vaccine. And it says these patients were fighting. None of them had consented to the vaccination, and they were fighting and getting held down as they were and stacks of them died. Whoa. And at least some lawyers have come out now for cases says this was murder. This is murder, folks. When this kind of thing is happening and then it persists in happening, there's a bigger agenda, and you're being trained to accept deliberate euthanasia. That's what I would say it could be called, deliberate euthanasia, put it that way. And then you'll accept that as now normal. Well, we might not, says the bioethicist, we might not have all the medications to treat everybody. Well, they're not treating everybody, folks. You can't get in the hospital over certain ages now. if you're ill. The folk who need treatments for other things can't get in either. That's been that way for over a year. Why do you think some numbers go up in some places? It's where they can't get into the hospitals for regular treatments, for what starts off being simple things, a lot of them. This is incredible what's happening. And the uniformity of all information under the guise of total uniformed authority is rather terrifying. It shows you how quickly all the illusions of democracy and rights just get tossed out the window when tyranny comes in, using the same bugaboo of science. Oh, it's a scientific necessity. Folk never thought of using that in past tyrannies. Oh, it's a scientific necessity. Bertrand Russell, he says, he was talking about coming tyrannies. He says, if there is to be another tyranny to change the world, he was all for it. He says, then I really prefer it to be a scientific one. Well, bingo, here you are. And he belonged to the big clubs in his day that designed the culture and the systems that you're living through today. Some of what he was involved in is still being unrolled as they've altered the culture to the next step, to the next step, to the next step. You're living through an agenda. And you didn't know it. Huh? You have to remember, too, that the Huxleys, Aldous and Julian Huxley, were descended from Sir Thomas Huxley, that was called Darwin's bulldog, and he took over after Darwin died the position of being the main proponent for practical eugenics. By that I mean, it wasn't just an idea or an opinion or a kind of religion. It had the connotations of religion for sure, but it was also an idealistic way of changing the world. How to get rid of all the excess underlings, as they called them, the working classes that they didn't need. And that's when they discussed, like right down to the 1950s, in fact, and probably after that too, the ideas that spawned off The Handmaid's Tale and things like that. Because Bertrand Russell and others and the Huxleys talked about the possibility of mandating that women be impregnated by the aristocracy only to pass on the better genes, you see. They're quite blatant about it, and that hasn't changed to this present. It's actually much bigger now, a society than ever was before, because now so many of those in academia come out with problems of superiority complexes, you know, and they want to belong to the elite clubs, and they'll do anything, and I mean anything, to the public if they're ordered to by the elite. And of course they're put in positions of power over the general populations. That's the scary part of it. As I've said before, it took years to plan this whole COVID exercise to change the world. Years of getting all the right people in place across most countries of the world. Not all of them, but most of them. And all on board, sworn uniformly to ramp it through, regardless of what happens to the contrary, or any evidence to the contrary of the efficaciousness of this COVID vaccine or whatever happens, or the need for lockdown, all that stuff that really has been proven even necessary by other professionals. They're totally ignored. But it shows you all the planning and the big payoffs and the promises of much bigger payoffs to people if they go along with this, the ones that are put into positions over the rest of the public. It's obvious, very obvious. You never had a time when more professionals have given evidence to the contrary of the mainstream mantras. So many more better qualified professionals in the sciences involved in virology and bacteriologies and really bioethics and all the rest of it, much better ones and all the rest of it, are totally ignored. Totally ignored. People who work in the top laboratories on the planet are totally ignored. People have the experience, all the doctors of the front line and the rest, thousands of them. There was another article put up tonight, in fact, about 1,500 of them across the world, healthcare professionals all signed on to this agreement to push for change, because this is pretty well a hoax that's going on. But look at the change that's so necessary. This change is going to come out for the whole planet in a post-COVID world, which won't happen because they've got other diseases. As said, I've got the articles too. They're ready to have wars against them, ongoing wars against this COVID and this new disease and this new strain. It's another disease and a whole bunch sitting in the wings, you see, of these boogeymen to keep us locked down forever. And you've got the World Bank talking about they expect the COVID exercise to go on for at least 5 years. And they're prepared for that. And I put up the articles from the World Bank site itself saying that at the end of 5 years, if they haven't achieved different objectives, then they can extend it for another 5 years and lending to the planet. And people think they're just going through it and this. Do you really think that anybody that you see on TV is managing this? Do you really think that Boris Johnson is managing anything? Or that prune Hancock they keep pushing out there with these trial balloons? Oh, you might need a COVID passport. It's a trial balloon, you say, to see how you... And in real time, there's articles there, they're examining your back chatter in real time with all these supercomputers and algorithms to find out if you're against it or for it or neutral or how to persuade you, what you need to persuade you to go along with it, How to neutralize any opposition to it. All done immediately, automatically. So much for your right for coming to your own conclusions. That was a thing of the past long ago. Oh, dearie. But I really do feel sorry for the people who tune in for their daily horror show every day of psychologically prepared terror that's authorized by your governments using behavioral insights teams and the SAGE groups and the ones that they subcontracted to of behaviorists and so on, who purposely terrorize you to comply on behalf of government and big business, and of course the real elite way above all of it that want a post-COVID world of a vastly reduced population. And Gates, there's this monster. I see them, I can't help it, folks. That's my opinion. This character his videos are still up there where he's given the talks. There was one with an audience of women where he's waving his hands around as usual to distract you from his eyes. Because you look at the eyes, and what is that behind those eyes? It's just, what is that? There's nothing sincere about this guy. I wouldn't trust him with a 10-foot barge pole. Seriously, that's just he radiates it from me, that aura of to me it's evil. That's the only thing I can say is evil. And he's got his fingers in so many pies. He's been in trouble with so many vaccine programs in the past years. And he's got the media rubber stamped to condemn you if you mention them and say it never happened, even though India, luckily enough, are still going ahead with lawsuits against his organizations for the damage he's done in the past. As they tell you it's fake news, the governments have got all the lawsuits out there. It's just astonishing what we're living through right now, eh? And the guy says too he wants to bring in a vegan world because you see, protein makes you health, especially in cold climates. And he owns more farmland now than anybody in the States. That's the articles in the newspapers, folks. I put them up a few weeks ago too. There's links. And he also has patents on a lot of the meatless burgers and things. Isn't that amazing? He's got a finger in all these pies, eh? But that's just coincidence again, eh? It couldn't be at all like a James Bond movie with Spectre and these organizations that are private multi-billionaires that run the world. It couldn't be like that, could it? Goodness sake, imagine thinking that, eh? Even though, the coincidence again, private institutions he owns and philanthropists under the guise of it too, And that other philanthropist, that's very active in politics, although he doesn't run for it, he just tells them what to do, and he finances a lot of the demonstrations and so on. I'm sorry, I mean terrorists. I'm sorry, I mean demonstrations, and whose own company, his private companies are well known. There's a name for it, you see. A name that was mentioned in a James Bond movie as a philanthropist. Isn't that odd, eh? Who was taking over the world's resources so as he could recharge the earth eventually for even a drop of water. But that's a coincidence as well. That's a quantum leap, isn't it? But there you go. I mean, it's just amazing what you're living through, and folk can't put it together. Because, and I understand it, when you've been trained to be naive from birth, and you have, absolutely, and to believe in the system, absolutely, to eventually to come to unbelief in a sudden switch is too much for most people. They'd crash completely. And right now, they've been brought into a stage of shock and cognitive dissonance until they don't know what's true or false, so they go along with the authority. That's what it's meant to do. When you're in that limbo state in between this and that, I call it a click zone, where you're clicking your head one way and clicking the other, you just don't know what to do. The authority voice comes out there and you just obey them, and that's what folk do with the psychological warfare. That's what happens. But praying that they won't be one that has the extreme adverse reaction effects. That's what they pray for. But there's no reason why you should escape it. When most folk are getting adverse reactions, there's a whole range of adverse reactions. And some of them certainly coincidentally die after it. Some very quickly after it, some within 2 weeks. For an experimental vaccine that isn't licensed yet. It's not licensed. I've got the articles here where they actually state it over and over as a legality that they're not licensed. They're only admitted under emergency powers authorization. And you have the big lie put out by the media, this mantra, they're perfectly safe, these vaccines. When the CDC's own documents tell you, and the VAERS, the Vaccine Accident, the reporting mechanism that they have, the organization, they state quite openly that when you take the vaccine, they're going to do follow-ups on you because you're now part of the stage 3 trial. The stage 3 trial wasn't done before you got the vaccine. You need the stage 3 trial and eventually a challenge test, which they didn't do either, before you could possibly come to any presumption or posit any theory that is safe. You don't have the evidence to say that yet. So this is a straight lie when they say it's safe. We don't know yet what the effects are going to be. It was rushed through, remember. And without the challenge test being done beforehand, you're supposed to do the challenge test to the volunteers. You give them the vaccine, you wait a couple of weeks until they presumably get antibodies for it, and then you expose them to the real virus to see what happened. Well, they didn't want to do that because sometimes what they found with vaccines, you have a massive overreaction of antibody systems flooding in your lungs. You see? Which kills you. And other types of vaccines it's happened with before too. And they've had to pull them off the market in the past. Where literally your antibodies and the phagocytes start attacking your own cells, an autoimmune response. You end up with if you survive them, you end up with terrible rheumatic problems as they attack your own joints and maybe even your spinal cord. These are the things that happen, folks. They can't say that vaccines are safe. But they especially can't say it when they haven't done the stage 3 testing. This is astonishing. And I really believe, you've got to come to a conclusion of why are they doing this? Why are they exposing you to terrible dangers of temporary and sometimes permanent side effects, including death. That's rather permanent for some. For a virus that's going to kill less than a small fraction of 1%. Generally in their 80 years of age group, but they actually say that in their statistics. Why would you take a vaccine, untested, that's an experiment, never been used before on humans, this type, to alter your DNA by reprogramming it through the RNA? Yeah? And it lists on it, we don't know yet if there's mutagenetic effects in it. Mutagenesis, they call it at times too. But we used to call these things like cancers and things. We don't know yet because there's no long-term studies done yet. This is astonishing times to watch this fact. So what's the real reason? Now they're going to start giving it to children. They're talking about even 6 months, years of age. 6 months of age. Have you seen those articles? Why is this? Well, those children can then have school perhaps down. Maybe, it's all evidence perhaps or maybe, because they've lied so much about this thing. The same with the lockdowns. You can go back to normal. Then they tell you you're never going to go back to normal. But children, what is this? Well, don't forget, getting back to Gates when he's given his wonderful speech to the ladies, and other ones too, he's spoken to audiences with the same talk, that through his vaccination programs, he says, this can help reduce the population of the world. What part of that don't you get? Is that why this... Has this got something to do with the real agenda here, maybe, folks? So you wonder, with what I've told you tonight, just the basic stuff, just simple, old stuff, basic stuff that's still current too, mind you, but with eugenics and depopulation agendas from the very top organizations, including the World Health Organization. They don't go talking about... I've got articles even from 2009 when they discuss the need to reduce the fertility rates of the women across the world. How do you think they're going to do that, folks? They've already said they're fed up saying please. They're not using please anymore. They're just doing it. You withdraw food. You bring in different things that are going to cause miscarriages, or they won't conceive at all. This is on the go, folks. Has this got something really behind this big agenda here? These top groups run the world, and the big clubs. And what's Mr. Klaus Schwab talking about this for? What's that got to do with the World Economic Forum? That all the top CEOs of every major international corporation belongs to, along with all the leaders of governments and the world banks and so on. It's all one big club, all created by the same institution initially, by the way, for those who don't know it. Who want to depopulate and bring the numbers to... Who gave them this? Were you asked to vote? No, there's no votes here, folks. You see, they claim that they're in emergency mode because there's too many of you. They said this a long time ago, and I've said it many times since. Now, before I get into some of these articles tonight, remember I always back up what I'm saying by articles and books that the elites have written themselves or had written for them, of course. So it's not just my opinions on things, but I certainly am guided to conclusions by evidence. There's no doubt about it on different things, different topics. And when things don't make sense and yet crazy schemes are pushed ahead at warp speed, then you know there's something much bigger underway. And as I say, it took years in the planning. And then you have all the top think tanks praising it all because it's going to change the society into a sustainable future. And by sustainable, they mean population, a low population, a post-consumer society that I've been talking about for years. There's nothing that I've mentioned, including the COVID passports or immunity passports for all your vaccinations. There's nothing that I didn't talk about 20 years ago. And since then too, nothing. I went through these talks before, using the evidence of the day and the speeches that they made before all these different characters and the WHO and so on, and the different eugenics organizations blatantly putting out their projections for the future. and publishing them. That's where it all came from. I wasn't guessing about it. And I said eventually you'll need, in the late 90s in some shows, I said you'll need some kind of record of your vaccinations in real time. Or you'll walk into grocery stores and alarms will go off when they recognize your face and so on by electronically. And here it is. Here it is, folks. And for most folk, it's a nightmare. Of course it's a nightmare when suddenly your entire reality is shut down by order from above. Stay in your houses, no more work. Wait for a check coming from government. Maybe we can get folk to deliver food to you. Maybe. You got folk that are sick, they can't go to hospital. Need cancer treatments, can't go to hospital. Primary tumours, if you get them out quickly, they might not spread. Not sorry, you can't get into hospital. Yada, yada, yada. Folk dying in agony in their own homes because they can't get into hospital. They can't even get painkillers. I think it was Peter Hitchens mentioned a while back that someone he knew, he didn't know they'd died, but the guy had terrible pains, abdominal pains, and the hospitals kept telling me stay off or take an aspirin or whatever it was, don't come in, and he died eventually at home in utter agony. And I guess it was maybe from pancreatitis. The pancreas goes into the common bile duct, where you get bile from your liver. And it got blocked. So a simple operation, straightforward, quick, could have cleared any stones there, like bile stones. If not, everything backs up. The enzymes back up, all the way up, and the guy died in utter agony. That's horrible agony. That when you get some died at home, and this is not ancient. This is modern times, folks. Because the hospitals wouldn't take anybody in. And the hospitals are sitting pretty well empty as well. We saw that. The number fudging has been astronomical. Even arresting people going into hospitals to photograph and film the fact that they're empty, most of them, in Britain. This is incredible deception for a much, much bigger agenda. It truly is, isn't it? I hope you're getting the point. It's not what they're telling you is. But their big mouthpieces at the think tanks are praising it for bringing in a whole new system. This being that was on the drawing board and put on the shelves years ago, waiting to be dusted off and put into, here you go. Here's implementation of it all. So remember too, before I get into the different articles and the links to the articles and so on, which I'll put up too, go into cuttingthroughthematrix.com. I always say this, most folk will wait for others to put up my talks, but you can find them on Sundays, Sunday nights, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. And I put them up immediately. Other ones take them off my site to put them up elsewhere. That can take a day, sometimes 2 days. But for my site, on the Sundays, you can get them. And you'll find the links there too to the articles that I'm using. And I always advise that people note on cuttingthroughthematrix.com all my other sites which are listed there. These are my official sites. And if anything happens to one, the com site, you can go into the other listed other ones. You can go into, and hopefully you can still get my talks every week, you see. And the good idea is obviously download it. Just right-click, download it, save it, and put it on an MP3 player or whatever, and then you can listen to it throughout the week. You don't have to sit staring at a screen and watching a sock puppet. Why sit and watch someone sit and talking to you for hours? You don't need to. You can listen to them. Get things done, you see. And listen at your leisure, an hour here and an hour there, half an hour there, and so on. That's how you do it. The computer is training you to sit staring at a darn screen now. Why? If you're not watching a video, why bother? So save it, and that's the best way to do it, and just listen at your leisure. I think really it helps you regain some of your ability to concentrate by listening. I really do think that. When you've got irrelevant visual stuff where you're listening to, your listening will take a back seat at times. That's why people stare at a television set. They're hypnotized by it. And the mouths are open. Children's mouths go open, and you ask them what they mean, what they can't remember. What they've heard, they can't remember. Same with the computer. So, as I say, you start regaining your concentration abilities and abilities to think for yourselves, and try and wean yourself away from the terror machine called the television, because it's so incredibly weaponized, professionally done too, And that's a whole different story in itself. But anyway, so cuttingthroughmatrix.com, and you can see that the books and discs are up for sale, etc. Or you can give me straight donations. Certainly, I need them to keep all the sites going and so on. And even to get better equipment that I'm using, because I've been using on antiques. I've still got some XPs on the go here just to do my talks and things. So, yeah, absolutely, you can send me donations to help me tick along and keep going. No one backs me. I'm not backed by any institution, think tank, special interest group, or political group, or covert, quiet, behind-the-scenes group. Nah, none of that nonsense for me, folks. I wouldn't go along with that way anyway. So much of what the big ones are out there are all compromised. They were set up to be compromised. And some of them maybe started off on the right foot. Other ones were taken over very quickly. And other ones, the big ones, were planned well in advance to take over alternative media. And that's how it's done. The all-seeing eye, as I say, doesn't wait for things to happen. Look at the incredible surveillance you have today. Always to head everything off at the pass, so nothing takes the elite by surprise. And ever, nothing. And that's how it's always been. So the big ones that became your main ones were often set up years ago, and before you even heard them, because they weren't on the air then, and then they're brought out with a good cover, giving the same stories as everybody else has been doing for years to give credibility, and then they take you off and then they bring you back into the political con game. Politics, right back to politics. The big thing what we're getting so sick and getting away from, because they saw through it years ago, right back to politics again. Rather than seeing the big picture of that which is way above politics. So cuttingthroughmatrix.com, and send donations, and you can send PayPal. Cash is fine too. Some folks send cash or personal checks. MoneyGram's okay. Still works. And by the way, I'll be able to get stuff posted off shortly, because they're temporarily lifting the lockdowns where I am. And I'll get them off very quickly, hopefully. And we'll see what the new restrictions are in town then, if they only start forcing you to show some proof of nasal swabs or something before they get into stores. That's where they want to go with it. They'll make it absolutely impossible to function eventually. That's what they talked about years ago at the World Health Organization. They said, we can't force folk to take vaccinations, but we can force people to comply with all their other parts of agendas, so they'll have to go along with it. See how they do it? You're coerced. You're totally coerced into going along with things eventually, because then you'll starve to death if you don't. This is what they're doing right now. Are you going to stand up and accept that from any? I don't care what the government calls itself. I really don't care what it calls itself. Its actions are how you diagnose it as, or what it is. And the articles from the CDC and all the big players and all that about all the coming pandemics that got lined up for you. They name them now, by the way. And you've never go back to any kind of normalcy. Post-consumerism. You can't plan anything in your life anymore, folks. All decided for you. And they've got the brute force there ready to smash your heads in, the authority, the guys in the uniforms there. Just like any previous tyranny. There's never a shortage of what they call the goon squads, Never a shortage of them. In any era. So send me a few bucks and help me tick along, remember. Many years ago, I talked about watching a documentary. It was on previous tyrannies, and of course they always camouflage the Russian one, the terrible slaughters and communism. In fact, a lot of the communists run the universities on behalf of the elite, by the way. And they really, and so that's why they always steer away and shy away from showing you the terrible atrocities and mass, like multi-million slaughtering people that went on all through the Soviet era and the communist era in China too, by the way. And the purges they had against their own people, and they'd rout out dissenters and round them up and slaughter them. Mass murders, like you when the Soviet Union went into Poland, the same thing happened, you know, and they got the Polish officers and round them up too and slaughtered them by the millions, you know, the Polish people and the thousands of officers. Just amazing stories, and it was Katyn was one of them, Katyn Forest, and. But anyway, when you see who's doing the slaughtering, it doesn't make any difference who's doing the slaughtering. They're all socialist, by the way. Socialism was invented to get the working class on board so as they could be ruled and ordered and regulated by the elites, on behalf of the elites. That's what it was. And the US was the free enterprise experiment with all of its flaws, right? And people didn't live in misery all their lives, all the time. If you think you've got utopia forever, you've been lobotomized, folks. Then you'll be in utopia then, you know, regardless of whatever conditions you're living in externally. But the US was the first experiment, and then the next one was the communist system, the Soviet system, or Bolshevik. The second one, where they would have a regulated society, you couldn't decide what you wanted to do, the state would decide for you, etc., etc. And that's what technocracy really came out of too, was the regulators to plan the ordered society. They would be engineers of humanity, you see. And you are the base material, and they would be the masters who shaped you all. The cog in the machine, basically, for the Soviet system. And so socialism was brought out by the biggest billionaires of the day. The Astor family was one of them. They created the Fabian Society. They funded it from scratch, you know. Other multi-billionaires forked out too. But yeah, that was the idea of it. The biggest enemy they could see in the future would be the working classes. And if they didn't have a lot of work from it, it would be even worse, you know. H.G. Wells was one of them too. He talked about them. He talked about we can help the working classes and the poor across the world. We can feed them and give them better health, etc. But then he says, what did they do? Well, they breed, for goodness sake, you know. They were quite blatant about it, and they haven't changed their tunes. And they're going at it now. And they couldn't say we're going to genocide you. No, they have to cloak it in other terminology. It's scientific. It's for your own good. And getting back to the jabs, as I say, there's too many folk keeling over, either right away or a couple of weeks later, when their own immune system starts attacking them and kills off their platelets and things like that, and then you hemorrhage to death. Look, these things could happen any time, for goodness sake. You could have had a physical examination 2 weeks before and you're perfectly healthy and your blood test was wonderful. But these things just happen suddenly, you know. It's just one of these things. Yeah, coincidences. Like the doctor that had the gynecologist, obstetrician guy in the States. Just one of these things. And many, many more. And this has been rubber stamped immediately before the person's tested or anything by even the so-called specialists that deal with the dead. What a career that is, eh? And rubber stamp by the media has been, it's just fake news. The person died of perfectly natural causes that just happened spontaneously, like spontaneous combustion, you know. I'm surprised they haven't used that yet. But it's an amazing agenda with so much this coordinated effort. You haven't seen anybody, I don't think, maybe there's one came out recently from one of the organizations, but generally all the talking heads from the media, I haven't seen anybody come to crack up and say, I'm sorry, but I've been forced to lie to you. I haven't seen anybody. They're all complicit, folks. It's like the Nuremberg trials. They've started bringing in all folk that were complicit in human experimentation. Huh? Giving them all kinds of weird stuff there too. Mind you, they don't mention the Japanese doing the same thing as well, eh? Isn't that a bit odd? And the Japanese had scientists brought in from the States and so on. They don't want to mention those characters either, but that's another story. But yeah, the Japanese were using Australian prisoners of war and other prisoners of war for experimentations and biowarfare programs. Now, to tie in what I'm talking about too, to show you that you're part of an experiment, and how can they possibly say something safe like the treatments for COVID when they don't know yet? If it's still an ongoing trial and you're part of the trial, if you get the vaccine, then the trial isn't over. How can you say it's safe? And this article, again, was last year, right? October 15th, talking about the coming vaccinations, but it says Google and Oracle to monitor Americans who get Warp Speed's COVID-19 vaccine for up to 2 years. So if you get it, you're tracked and traced for 2 years, at least, And this article came out, it was Whitney Webb put out, And it mentions the CEO of Operations Warp Speed at the time, the head of it was Moncef Slio, I don't know how you pronounce the last name, head of Operation Warp Speed, and told the Wall Street Journal last week that all Warp Speed vaccine recipients in the US will be monitored by incredibly precise tracking systems for up to 2 years, and that tech giants Google and Oracle would be involved. And last week, a rare media interview given by the Trump administration's vaccine czar, as they call him, offered a brief glimpse into the inner workings of the extremely secretive Operation Warp Speed, the Trump's administration's public-private partnership. Again, this public-private partnership stuff, where you pay all the profits for the corporations. For delivering a COVID-19 vaccine to 300 million Americans by next January, that's what their goal was then. And what was revealed should deeply unsettle all Americans. So during an interview with the Wall Street Journal, and the link to the Wall Street Journal is also on this article for those who want to see it, it says that the captain of Operation Warp Speed, career big pharma executive, Moncef, if that's how you pronounce it, Slio, confirmed that the millions of Americans who are set to receive the COVID-19 vaccine will be monitored via incredibly precise tracking systems. They'll ensure that the patients each get 2 doses of the same vaccine. They've changed all that now too. Now they're going to mix them in Britain, I think. And to monitor them for the adverse health effects. So you're part of the experiment as they monitor you for the adverse health effects. You understand that? So how could anybody immediately say, to slam anybody who says, well, they haven't been tested? Well, see, you're part of the test now. You're correct, but why is the media lying through their teeth and telling you it's safe when we don't know yet what short-term and long-term effects are going to be? It generally takes 10 years on animals and so on before they give these things to humans. And this is a different kind of treatment, you might say, treatment. You can hardly call it a normal vaccine. That's going to put an mRNA component into your body that's going to change and reprogram your cells, the actual DNA of some cells actually, and create a protein, a spike protein that resembles the very COVID itself, and permanently in your body. Well, there you go. Anyway, it says here that so you're part of the test now as they track you, to see if it's going to be safe or not, obviously. And the day before the Wall Street Journal interview was published, the New York Times published a separate interview, and this is also linked to this one here, with Slough, where he referred to this tracking system as a very active pharmacovigilance surveillance system, okay? And during a previous interview, and the link for the previous interview is also here, with the journal Science, then in September, Slough had referred to this system as only as a very active pharmacovigilance system that would make sure that when the vaccines are introduced, that we'll absolutely continue to assess their safety. So you're part of the test, you see. He's only recently tacked on the words tracking and surveillance to this description, or his description of the system, during his relatively rare media interviews. And two official OWS documents released in mid-September state that vaccine recipients, expected to include a majority of the US population, would be monitored for 24 months after the first dose of a COVID-19 vaccine administered, and that this would be done by a pharmacovigilance system. They're using this term pharmacovigilance. So here's your new jailer system, high-tech surveilling on you. In the OWS document, which was entitled From the Factory to the Front Lines, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the link for that's here too, and the Department of Defense, DoD, stated that because Warp Speed's vaccine candidates use new unlicensed vaccine, you're hearing this, new unlicensed vaccine production methods, they're not licensed, you see, that have limited previous data on safety in humans, very limited indeed. The long-term safety of these vaccines will be carefully assessed using pharmacovigilance surveillance and phase 4, that's post-licensure, clinical trials. Okay? And it says the key objectives of the pharmacovigilance is to determine each vaccine, how its performance in real-life scenarios, to study efficacy and to discover any infrequent and rare side effects not identified in the clinical trials. OWS will also use pharmacovigilance analytics, which serves as one of the instruments for the continuous monitoring of pharmacovigilance data. Robust analytical tools will be used to leverage large amounts of data and the benefits of using such data across the value chain, including regulatory obligations. In addition, it says that Monsaf and OWS vaccine coordinator Matt Hepburn, formerly a program manager at the Pentagon's controversial Defense Advanced Research Project, says DARPA, the military one, makes all the weaponry, feel better now, had previously published an article in the New England Journal of Medicine that stated that because some technologies have limited previous data on safety in humans, the long-term safety of these vaccines will be carefully assessed using pharmacovigilance surveillance. And so it keeps repeating the same stuff over and over, this term of pharmacovigilance surveillance strategies and systems. So yeah, that's what you're part of the test now, eh? And secret contracts have already been given to other organizations as well for tracking. Yeah. It says neither Google nor Oracle, however, has announced receipt of a contract related to Operation Warp Speed. I've got other articles on this very topic, by the way, recent ones, to do with tracking and tracing. And I'll put these up too for those who want to know, and I'll give other talk show hosts some ready-made work for them, all done for them, and links for them to do the stuff which often that's what happens. Eh? But if you get this one here, this link I'll put up tonight too, is talks with their organization in Britain, the ministry that puts the contracts out, the cash out, and asks for contractors to come in and create different things that they demand get made and so on. And the ministry wants an artificial intelligence to hunt for COVID-19 vaccine side effects. Okay? And it says the UK drugs regulator, that's what they are, the MHRA, has awarded a £1.5 million tender to a software company for an artificial intelligence tool that will be used to process here's the words that you, this is from the government, this is the government contract, right? To process the expected high volume of COVID-19 vaccine adverse drug reactions. Or for the harder thinking, I'll say that again. It says an artificial intelligence tool that will be used to process the expected high volume of COVID-19 vaccine adverse drug reactions, AADR as they call that. The tender awarded to Maidenhead, Berkshire-based Genpact UK aims to ensure that no details from the ADRs are missed as the UK prepares to start rolling out COVID-19 vaccines, assuming their safety and efficacy is supported in late-stage trials, where you're not, as I mentioned, you're already part of the trial. And part of this tracking is for proving you're part of the trial. So that all adverse, they'll be able to in real time pick up adverse side effects, you say. I say, so the company that's been awarded one of the contracts is a subsidiary of a US group called Genpact, which already offers an artificial intelligence and machine learning based tool called Cora Pharmacovigilance. There's that term again, pharmacovigilance, that can be used to identify patterns in data to foresee potential side effects. So the computer's foreseeing potential things. I guess maybe if you program the computer properly, it'll rule out any real side effects, to get the desired results. So the contract from the Medicines and Healthcare Products Regulatory Agency, the MHRA, as in Britain, recognises that the timelines for the development of coronavirus vaccines have been accelerated so fast that a complete picture of their safety. Now here, listen to this again for the harder thing. A complete picture of their safety may not be available when they start to be used in widespread immunization campaigns. So how come the media can immediately slam anybody who asks even the cautious questions, on, is this thing being tested? No, it's not being tested. You are part of the test. So they can't tell you that it's safe and call you nasty names like anti-vaxxers and so, just because you don't want this new experimental type vaccine that's never been used before. It's not a vaccine as old vaccines. It's not taking a dead virus or a weakened virus and putting it into your body so your body can start developing antibodies against it. This is what they're injecting into you as a delivery system of altering your DNA through modifying the RNA, the programming cell that programs your cells, basically. The mRNA. It's almost like a blueprint, that the rest of them copy. Your body will start copying it for new cells as old cells die off and so on. That's all. These ones, they've used it in fish, by the way. I gave the talks many years on it, where you saw this. I couldn't believe it. Someone sent me a clip of the Ministry of Fisheries in Canada. There's wildlife and fisheries, I think, for internal fisheries. And you saw these people standing along these troughs, and along the troughs running fish, maybe 1 foot wide or 2 feet wide troughs. And every so often a person would put their hand and pick a fish out and just touch it against this little thing that was on a stand. And that injected a new type DNA into their body. And they said that they used E. coli as the instruments, the actual stuff to attach it to, and they put it into this is an instant thing that you see in the Star Trek, a little blow thing, poof, that was it, no blood, nothing. It really blasted it through the outer cells of the skin. And then the fish went back into it. And then as their old cells died off and went to reprogram the cells through, again, this RNA, this mRNA would kick in and program it for different cells. The excuse at the time was it'll help them create their own antifreeze in the winter time in the lakes. This is what they said. This has been going on for years, this kind of thing. But this stuff they're going to give us now, and I had problems with the fish even, by the way, things aren't. But this has been used for humans now, program certain parts of your body, for the ACE2 receptors, etc., in your own lungs and passages in your airways and so on. It's astonishing what we're living through right now. This is the excuse for all. For a disease that supposedly, as I say, you have a tiny fraction of 1% chance of getting really ill and dying with it. And even the stats say the average age of those who are dying are about 80. It's just amazing. So they're going to give you this experimental thing, which they admit here, because they don't know what the long-term effects are going to be, or even short-term effects, really. They've only started being given it for the last 20-odd days, 30 days. And interestingly enough, too, Tony Blair's in on the, I mentioned before, Tony Blair's now advising, he's been advising Boris Johnson for a while, you know? And of course, they're two old commies anyway. For those who think that Johnson's actually is conservative, what a joke. It's a complete farce, this political left to right paradigm that you've been giving you for your whole life. Complete joke. And Tony Blair, of course, is a good capitalist communist, because all the top communists are all capitalists. There's three systems. I'm reading it. This is the actual quote from a book by Whittaker Chambers, Witness 1952. But anyway, it's Whittaker Chambers, this quote, and it says, "You don't understand," this is from a novel, of course, "the class structure of American society," said Smetana, "or you would not ask such a question. In the United States, working class are Democrats, the middle class are Republicans, and the upper class are communists." And it does say, I would just, as I say, preface the whole thing and say, remember that you're living in a technocratic society, a system, a managed system for the classes, division of labor, you see, Marxism. And so everyone's put in their place, and they believe that's their place to be, and they all think they're fighting for something, except the ones at the very, very top, that, in a sense, I would say they're not communists, really. They give you a communist socialist system at the bottom, and that's into the middle classes now as well, viewpoints, etc. So they've adopted that system as well in the middle classes, what's left of them, through their education and their brainwashing. But the very, very top, they're really the wild men, as Charles Galton Darwin said. And whatever system is most efficient for them to rule and maintain power, they'll use it. And for themselves at the very top, they don't even come into any of the categories at all. They're truly free. They're not encumbered and inhibited by the indoctrinations of your moralities, what you're given to believe in or feel guilty about. They have none of that at all. They're very, very practical. And they're allowed to be, because they run the whole show. They own it. And they own all the think tanks that plan every stage, and they own the people who work in the think tanks and so on. So it's their system, the dominant minority at the top, of course. But it's a good little way of putting it too, in a kind of joking way, a semi-joking way perhaps. Because it does tell you, in a sense, which you should already know, that they laid out for you what party to be in according to the rank, your social class, you see. And even that doesn't fit really as much. I can remember when they were pushing communism for the public years and years ago, and they brought out different groups, folk groups, when I was a child, really, with very popular songs, catchy tunes, and people could sing them and hum them and whistle. They had tunes back then with actual melodies, so you remembered them. And that's what music used to have in it. And people would hum and whistle, and they'd all know the choruses to them, you know. And one of them was really popular. If I had a hammer, if I had a hammer, it was a hammer and sickle, you see. It's also the hammer that the Fabian Society used, and the famous logo you'll see was actually built into the building in the stained glass window at one point, where you see George Bernard Shaw and H.G. Wells, two of the founders of the Fabian Society, hammering the world on an anvil. With a big hammer again. You hammer. You couldn't convince people to go along. You would just hammer them into it. That was the whole idea. And you're still in it because the elite had planned that for the majority of the public to fall into. You're going to get hammered into this new system, whether like it or not. And when you reshape the world, society, culture, everything, you see. And that's what, of course, COVID's just done. It's one fell swoop and boom. No economy. You just all out of work suddenly because it's ordered from the top. Not because of COVID, but they're ordered from the top. Never been done in history before for any other reason except to destroy cultures, societies, and nations, you see. And then you rebuild from that into the new system, the world system, which the globalists, which are obviously those who own the world, are claiming that they do. And then they certainly, by all evidence, they certainly do at the moment economically. And they've been working for years to bring in a world system where you have a singular system at the very top running the whole show, all the way from even before Karl Marx, but he talked about it to a three trading block system of the world. with like 3 super parliaments under one major global system. The Royal Institute for International Affairs worked tirelessly running the British Empire to bring in the same system with royal approval. Huh? And it's still the same today, you see. So they didn't quite get their way totally, and might not need it actually for a completely united Europe, because there's many ways to bypass that through global agencies now. So, but anyway, at the very top, they're not anchored down with moralities of any kind at all. You can see that with Bill Gates and the incredible things he comes out with, just a normal conversation. That is his normal conversation amongst his own peer group. You understand, the group that runs the think tanks that to plan emergencies years in advance and how they're going to use them when they bring them out to change the world into their system, you see, which they've planned. The big boys at the top, they're the communists. That's what they said. And it's not far from the truth, because communism is about a structured, planned, organized society run by experts. It's technocracy, you see, on behalf that serves the elites. Years ago, I gave the talks, 20-odd years ago, I gave the talks about how the system was run. I says, they're bringing in a system, a kind of socialistic system / communistic system for the general public back. That's what I said. Running on the communistic principles of experts running it all and making all your decisions for you. But the elite themselves, as to get rid of the middle classes, the elite themselves will live unfettered. Like, again, Charles Galton Darwin's idea of the wild men. He says we can't have moral qualms about anything, and we can't have any restrictions of morality. And because we're the captains of the ship, you see, but to plan the future and make it happen. But for the rest of the public, you're all, well, you don't deserve, because you don't have the right stuff in you to make right decisions. You know, that's your problem, you see. So I really mean this, folks. If you really think that COVID is just about COVID, you're falling for another deception, a complete deception. What was the first thing that Fauci said? The first bit of truth he told you at the beginning last year, around the February mark, when he told you that you'd have to really worry about it in the West, and you wouldn't need a mask, and you wouldn't have to worry about the problems that China was going through and so on. And within about a week or so, he changed his mind as they all got together, and some higher authority even told him, obviously. And he changed, and he says things will never go back to normal. But part of never go back to normal, don't you understand, folks? He hasn't changed his tune on that. This is part of a massive, life-altering, societal restructuring system. It's to be permanent. And you're in the first phase of it. And again, too, they're hammering anybody coming out and even questioning the vaccines. And the same media should be sued rotten, just like the Nuremberg trials, and you bring in everybody who was complicit in deceiving the people and doing horrible things to the public, and put them on trial for telling the public blatant lies to do with something that could be dangerous to their health. Beyond dangerous. and actually wanting folk locked up for stating what I'm just telling you here. By reading their own articles, they don't know what the longer-term effects are going to be. How can they say it's a contradiction here? They can't say it's safe. You're part of the trial. And there's the truth, folks. So anyway, yeah, and the government actually says right there, you know, that in the tender, the offer of tender, eh? But it says there that to process the expected high volume of COVID-19 vaccine adverse drug reactions. That's why they want it. The expected high volume. And if you think, well, you can live with that, that's safe, good for you. Go along, you know, and there you go. Go back to sleep. The expected high volume. Now, these are the short, fast-acting side effects, folks. But you'll be tracked for 2 years because they expect other things to kick in after maybe after they've given you your treatment for anaphylactic shock, and then they observe you, see what happens within the next 2 years or whatever. And 2 years isn't long enough either. You often don't see things coming out for about 5 to 10 years' time, sometimes longer. Don't forget the simian virus 40 that was included in the first polio shots that millions got. And it took years before they started developing cancers in humans. This isn't conspiracy theory. This is fact. This is just published fact. Anyway, here we go. Back to the whole thing. Do you really think it's just to do with COVID? To the global elite, the math is simple. Human overpopulation is causing climate change. That's what this says in the climate. That's what the climate change agreements were all about, so reducing the population. You're causing it. They need an excuse to bring you down and make you give up your rights there. So climate change would fit the bill. The Club of Rome, right? Remember that one? Tasked with finding something to use as an excuse to take the rights away from the people, to force the agenda. Well, climate change, global warming, famine and the like would fit the bill, right? The same organization, Club of Rome, that they've been talking about the coming ice age before that with some of the members of it, remember? Remember like Paul Ehrlich, the population bomb and all that, and it's like a time bomb population. Oh, same Genesis. Oh, there's too many people. Same characters. And his wife was on the board of the Club of Rome. It's a small world, though. It's very lucrative for the right people, mind you. They just fall into the right seats. But it's always been what they've been on about, too. And it says, in fact, the official policy of the United Nations to fight climate change by promoting population control measures is they don't even try to camouflage anymore. Last year, the UNFPA, that's United Nations Population Fund, that was set up, by the way, by the Rockefellers, the first to call it Department of Population for the United Nations. He funded it all. And they changed its name when it got blowback from the public. It's about population control. So they call it the United Nations Population Fund. Released its annual State of the World Population Report entitled "Facing a Changing World: Women, Population and Climate." And in the document, it was made clear that the official position of the UN is the only way to avoid a major climate disaster. And the only way to do it is to dramatically increase family planning services around the globe and to do whatever is necessary to reduce worldwide fertility rates. Okay? And it says, here's some of the quotes that came out of it, this report. The importance of the speed and magnitude of recent population growth in boosting future greenhouse gas emissions is well recognized among scientists, including the authors of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reports. Still, calculations of the contribution of population growth to emissions growth globally produce a consistent finding that most of past population growth has been responsible for between 40% and 60% of emissions growth. Each birth results not only in the emissions attributable to that person in his or her lifetime, so each person born, right, but also the emissions of all his or her descendants. Hence, the emissions savings from intended or planned births multiply with time. So you see, you're all responsible. This is what the Club of Rome said. Man is the enemy. See? You're starting to get the picture here. And it says, no human is genuinely carbon neutral, especially when all greenhouse gases are figured into the equation. Therefore, everyone is part of the problem, so everyone must be part of the solution in some way. Now, you're seeing Bill Gates coming out now again, right? Talking about the need to go carbon neutral. Huh? This is the same group of folks? Climate change, one excuse, running this scam, the next excuse, you see. It's the same people, folks. The same billionaires at the top, front people. Coming out and pushing the same exact agenda much quicker using a wartime scenario, a war against COVID, than they could ever do, you see, with the climate change and persuasion. Too many of you, and if you'd only become sterile, we'd be much happier. That's what they're telling you, Absolutely, folks. This is what what do you think they're saying here? There's too many of you, and each one born creates so much carbon in their lifetime, CO2. So does every insect on the planet. Anything that takes in oxygen does the same thing, folks. You're starting to get a picture. Everything. Mice, rats, birds, everything. So why are you the enemy? Because, you see, they don't like you. They want you to be a much, much smaller number for the world they're bringing in. You see, you're past it. I always find that the early socialists were more vocal about the plan, you see. And George Bernard Shaw was rather vocal. I put the clip up years ago from a very early film that was done by him, with him, where he talks about it, and he says, you will have to come to us, meaning that the top, the real scientists, that's what he meant, because when they say socialists at the top, they mean they're the scientific group that run it all, and you'll have to come to us and tell us why we should keep you alive in their system. That's what he said. You'll hear him if you ever find the clip. I put up many, many moons ago, and then other folk took it and put it up again, so I don't have to stop there. But they're much more, and he also came out with Man and Superman, and and different little plays, etc., to do with the future and people who couldn't go into the technology of things. And even then he was talking about all kinds of technologies, including vehicles and the scientific age. He says the people who couldn't adapt to it would be obsolete and really shouldn't exist. Whereas the ones who could adapt would be the ones who would be allowed to live and survive. They would be the Superman, you see. Yeah. They were far more open and about the agenda. It's the same descendants of the same people, by the way, who are pushing it today. Look at Bill Gates' daddy and who he was involved in. Then you have Aldous Huxley. He's still up. His YouTubes are still up there, talking to Mike Wallace in the 1950s or 60s, was it? And talking about the future. And he starts to talk off with Wallace and says, Aldous Huxley, he says, well, yes, the main problem actually is overpopulation. There's got so much of population today, by another 10, 15 years, 20 years, it'll be double. They always start off their talks the same way, with the same topics. Now, the same people who talk generally in all these organizations, even principally, they have plenty of kids. They have no problem with having lots of kids and so on. I've got books going back to the turn of the 20th century where they were hammering the ordinary folk then to reduce the populations of the ordinary people. And even then, when folk were complying, having 2 children per family, it wasn't good enough for them. They were churning out books on it by then. And then the comeback from the general public, including at that time they had preachers and ministers that actually had power and stood up for the people. And they actually said, well, and they named all the top elite in Britain, says, you are all parts of this agenda to depopulate the country. This is before World War I and II even. And even then it didn't stop them wanting more dead in their big world meetings. But the ministers came out and named all these ones who were in charge of these boards for depopulation, reducing the population of the working people. And they named them all and says, some of you families, that you had 10 children or more than a family, some of them, that wanted you to reduce your population. See, but they had the right genes, you had the bad genes, you had the wrong genes, you see. Hasn't changed. And I always say, when they have world meetings and world organizations set up, you better take note of them. These aren't little clubs. They make wish lists, as I've said already, and send it up the chimney to Santa Claus. They have massive organizations already existing, and they implement their findings and their agendas. They make them happen. This is real, folks. You're living through it. That's what people can't, and literally that's where, I have to be careful what I say here. They can't believe their world is falling apart and there could be any evil intent behind this. That's the choice you have to make, because nothing makes sense. The facts aren't jiving with what they're telling you. And they still want to believe that those that they elect or think they elect are there to help them and take care of them like a paternal system. They want to believe that. Because the alternative of what could be happening is too horrific to contemplate. A deliberate agenda to what? It's just too difficult to contemplate. In a society that's constantly told, like Bertrand Russell said, you live in the best country in the world, no matter what country it is, with the best health care in the world, no matter what country it is and how bad your health care is, yada, yada, yada. And the people who guide you are the best in the world. We're taught that generation after generation. To keep you naive and stupid and simple. And very juvenile. That's why you've been kept like a teenager your whole life long for most folk. But the trash they give you on television is entertainment. And they're horrible dramas. And, well, again, the culture and the arts, etc. Down the tubes. It was all by design. You don't ever advocate that people grow up and become mature. That's why they took away the manly type figures over the years. It was a planned, debated. Everything happens is debated at high levels and often published. Things I'd like to bring into society using culture industries. And they do it, they implement them. But started doing away with the manly man and started bringing in the guy. Sometimes you're not quite sure. He's, kind of effeminate looking males, narrow-shouldered, ready to cry. You're kind of like bedazzled with the guys on the beach and he keeps bursting into tears with the girl, He looks at the sunset, oh my God, and he's going to ready to recite poetry, and he starts busting and crying and the whole thing, and everything's so overwhelmingly beautiful and emotional, and that's the big exaggeration. We really still, I think we may still recognize it as comedy, but in other ones that are put across as straight things, it's just, for years, the women are acting like the male roles. They know what to do in a crisis. The guys are cracking up. This is how they portray it to the world. They used to talk about giving people their idols, because youngsters will copy whatever's put in front of them as the idol, the ultimate whatever. And we do. What's monkey see, monkey do. That's how we are. All by design. A war on society. War on the family. It's odd that the communists said that they do that, right? War on the family unit, destruction of the family unit. Isn't it? And yet, you've got your own institutions that you've been funding your whole life long between your taxes. And regardless of the political party that you've had in power, these organizations keep funding these same world organizations under the United Nations departments and so on for depopulation and women's rights. They always bring it into abortion rights across the world. And believe you me, if they could compulsory, they mentioned it, sterilize them compulsorily, they would do it if they could get away with it. And believe me, because they can get away with it, they have to do it in other means, folks. That's been discussed widely. And you have the same confidence tricks of overwhelming terror used over the years. Prince Charles does it. We've only got 90 days to fix the world or we're finished. He's tried that a few times. And these liars are still working together against you right now. When do you start believing liars when they've lied before and over again? What's wrong with you? You still listen to them and believe them and repeat them, when they lie the next time. And since all those days passed and months passed and years passed since the first big terror campaign, you're all going to die unless we stop and hand over all our rights to world governmental systems to reduce populations. Well, heck, the time passed. We're still alive. Didn't fall apart. The skies didn't fall. But the terror campaigns that came out, every newspaper, again, the newspapers are all on board with it, publishing the same tripe over and over and over. People I've read the articles on there, when I was on there, youngsters committing suicide because they were believed they're all going to die. Couples. Oh, there's going to be a barren wasteland with global warming and no food. Oh, and leaving notes and committing suicide. Terror campaigns upon the people from the same sources they are seeing today. The mantra is always the same. There's too many of you, too many of you. You're destroying the planet, you're destroying the planet, and so on. But again, when the numbers were much, much lower at the turn of the 20th century, they were saying the same things then. You're killing the planet, you're destroying the planet. See, regardless of numbers, they've always had the same agenda. And just to return to this unbelief, this state of disbelief that folk go into, the shock mode, You've got to understand that what's happened in the past in history can be repeated over and over again. We don't become more civilized at all. It's the same drives running us all in every generation. It's the same drives running the psychopaths that formed the clubs long ago. They haven't changed at all. They've more power than they've ever had before, mind you, and techniques of implementing the power and controlling the public. But it's the same things that go on over and over again, repetition. The histories of ancient slaughter is bad enough. The techniques that were used by invading armies and so on, and even your own countries at times, when they turned troops against their own people. That most slaughters happened when governments turned the troops on their own publics. And it's well recorded that too, in fact. Bigger slaughters actually, and more sustained over longer periods by their own governments compared to fighting other nations. But when you look at, the communist Soviet system and the millions they slaughtered, and it's good to see some of the old documentaries on it and the characters involved, put in charge. They were all planned, again, took years to plan it all outside Russia. Because most of them flooded into Russia from outside Russia. They got the top positions in the military and the generals and even the concentration camps. And the execution squads and so on. And there's some documentaries and docudramas as well. I think one of them is the Chekist is worth seeing if you haven't seen it before. Years ago, I put out these links to it many years ago. Then it shows you how the communist system worked and how they literally did, and they did send out almost like invitations or commands to come. Once they moved into a place and took it over, they'd send for different people, officials or dignitaries and so on, or clergymen, and tell them to come into this house at a certain time for a talk, you see, a meeting. And they'd walk in and they're guided down the stairs into the basement, and as they go passing one of the doors, someone shoots them in the head. That happened over and over, and then also had many others. They like to slaughter them in basements, and actually say that. They said that. I don't know if it was Dzerzhinsky that said that or not, but Dzerzhinsky was one of the guys who was one of the heads of the NKVD at the time, the Cheka. And Dzerzhinsky is famous for his quotes. They'd love to get their quotes into the paper. I think they had probably hired folk to make up the quotes in the first place, like most important folk do, But he said that the reason that we bring them into basements as prisoners, so they you couldn't pass them on the street level and look down and see them, because they had no windows, you see, so they couldn't come. Nobody on the outside could look in and see who was inside, locked up, packed into these rooms and so on, all waiting execution, and then led to the underground execution room as well, where they had trolleys. They even put wheels on some, like tracks in for some of them. They slaughtered so many per day, you see, hundreds and hundreds per day. And they would put pulleys up and pull the bodies up through the coal chutes onto outside waiting trucks, and then take them off into the forest and dump them in mass graves, etc. They've been dug by bulldozers, I suppose, But this went on for years. And Dzerzhinsky said the reason we do underground is so that they have no contact with the outside world. The outside world doesn't even know what's going on, and that way there's nothing left for historians to complain about. He said that was a mistake of previous tyrannies or slaughterers slaughtering their peoples, is that the people could often see through bars or whatever as to where they'd packed in the people that they were going to kill. This way it was done almost efficient, very hygienically in a sense, social hygiene, for the public couldn't see the slaughter that was going on, you see. But Dzerzhinsky also was famous for saying that about people, something understood about humanity. And I hope, this is, again, you got to understand, doesn't change. That's why you can see the same horror, and sometimes worse horror, with every other generation. Honestly, it just gets worse and worse. Because Dzerzhinsky said too, he says, with the people, they've really despised the ordinary folk, the folk who took over Russia. They hated them and despised them, and they were very vocal about it. Even when they killed off a whole class of people in both. See, we have eliminated a whole class of people. The intelligentsia was all slaughtered and replaced by themselves. Yeah. But Dzerzhinsky said, the people, he says, what do I think of the people? He says, you can beat them. You can terrorize them. You can beat them. You can torture them. You can starve them. He says, did they turn round and fight off their oppressors? He says, no. He says, they just turn round and eat their dead. And that's the arrogance of our modern behaviorist folks, because that's where they get all the previous knowledge from that's passed down through time and repeated again and again, eh? That's what you're dealing with here. When you see the Gates and the rest of them talking about too many of you and the need to start bringing down the population and taking over farmland like you wouldn't believe, and talking about each person born is a problem, you're a burden on society because of the carbon footprint, that you'll have. But they're okay. These characters are private, massive yachts that are really ships, and they're private jets, and they're multi-million-dollar homes all over the world. Stacks of them each. Because, you see, they're real humans and you're nothing. You're scum. I hope you better... They don't care about you. They despise you. And they've formed their clubs long ago as it bypassed this idea of democracy. Ain't no any what power has ever handed itself over to the general public? It was never going to happen, never did happen. This dark, deep state has always been there. These characters behind it. They had no fear of democracy ever taking over. Why do you think Trotsky and all the rest of his characters... Trotsky went back and forth. He was in the States more than that. He had his own... They had their own servants and everything. Same with Karl Marx in London. They had their own servants. These people who were, the intelligentsia for the working people. Yeah. And why would London, that ran an empire... You better start thinking here. Why would London allow, supposedly, one of the foremost revolutionary writers to come over and live in London, kicked out of Germany, came over and lived in London, got access to all the libraries in the London Library, the biggest one on the planet, basically, with the archive books and the reference sections and all the rest of it, and all the help to get whatever he wanted to write his manifesto. One of the authors is written by others too. Why would an establishment that was ruthless across the world, running a British empire, that used, martial law plans and insurrection laws to kill people in India and Africa who came against them, just arrested them, every fifth man arrested them, to teach them a lesson, just like the Soviets, Bolsheviks did. Terrorized them, terror into the people of the villages, so as they wouldn't go against their what they saw as invaders and oppressors. Of course, that's what they were. And Lord Kitchener did it. He was the guy they pulled in for the mass slaughtering at times. Yeah. Then the Bolsheviks do it, and the Russians do it. So why would an organization allow Marx to live in London, foment and had world meetings for revolutionaries in London, and let them have their, and even in the Palladium, by the way, they actually gave the Palladium at one point for their big meetings. I think it was a Palladium, and didn't arrest them or kick them or ban them from coming into the country. When they said that their whole idea was to overthrow the existing system of rulership and to end, in their different planks of the manifesto, and to end, the rulership and all existing governments, by the way, they said in it too. Why would they allow Marx to do that? When obviously all the elite and aristocracy would be executed, just like the French Revolution, including the royalty. No one seemed to be concerned about. Why weren't they concerned about it? It isn't until you realize, no, this system would be a great system to use to bring in across the world a more efficient system of ruling the people. The elite love this idea of socialism, where your life is planned from birth. At school, you're tested for your aptitudes, and you'll never decide what you want to work at. It's work to school, which is implemented in the States and elsewhere, the communist ideas. Don't you bother. No, we'll tell you what you're going to work at. And you couldn't change that. And you wouldn't be allowed to work at anything else once you had a job. Efficiency, technocracy, efficiency, same thing. It's all the same thing. Yeah. And the folk can't figure it out. And so under the pretense that they're mortal enemies of the elites, you see, that's the pretense to keep, everything's pretentious in the system. Oh, we're going to have war with China. We set China up, the West financed China and set them up by giving them all the factories. We literally paid, the taxpayers paid for the factories to move there. Under the WTO organization and the Free Trade Agreement and the GATT Treaty. And when they made China the most favored nation trading status, they gave that designated to that. Literally, if any company that want to move there for cheap labor and all that, got funded to move by Canada, the States, Britain, all the countries in Europe, to set up modern China. We paid for the moving and the cost of the moving. We paid for the losses of revenue income that they claimed that they could have lost until they got properly set up in manufacturing in China. I did all these talks years ago in real time as it was happening, many years ago. So we're going to go at war. The pretense we're going to have war with China, the place you set up to be the sole manufacturer for the planet. China didn't steal anything. They didn't say, oh, we're going to make ourselves the sole man. No. The West and all your politicians signed agreements to make it happen. And you're going to pretend that you're going to go to war with them now? Who's kidding who? Number one, you couldn't even compete really on a full-scale type war, even with advanced weaponry. If they don't have it, you don't know if they do or not. But the fact you couldn't. From a logistical point of view, you don't have the factories anymore to mass produce the weapons of war and instruments of war and mass produce. Because modern warfare is very destructive of even military equipment. The average tank, they said years ago, would last maybe 4 minutes in a battle. With modern guidance systems and all that, you know. Never mind all the other, the rest of the equipment that they have, twin missiles galore and anti-missiles and yada. Shipping at sea, even, it doesn't matter, I don't care what shipping you have at sea anymore. And massive modern aircraft carriers, if they have a sustained attack from missiles coming in, they're going to run out of anti-missiles to hit them with. And eventually they go down, you know. Don't last that long. So you don't even have the facilities to mass produce the equipment if you wanted to go to a full-scale war, a sustained war. You don't have the equipment and the systems to make it anymore. You gave it all away, which means you're not going to go to war with China. At least not on that level. But they always must bring in... I gave the talk again in the late 90s about Russia. I said, it was called the Big Bad Bear, you see, in the Cold War. Before that, Uncle Joe was Uncle Joe. He's a good guy suddenly. And he fought alongside you, you see, his guys and all that. So they're good guys. But they needed an enemy. As soon as a country immediately needs an enemy once the previous one's your pal. And so you must demonize them again or find a new enemy to keep you safe. We're going to keep the governments keep you safe. That's why it would keep you safe, you see, from whoever happens to be. And they create the enemies. You build them up. Sometimes you flatten them. Other ones you're too big to flatten, like today. It's a complete game at the very, very top that people never fathom out, and they can't fathom it. And each generation lives through it. And who's the enemy today? George Orwell put it in 1984. Who do we fight today? Is it East Asia, West Asia? Who are we fighting, As they keep changing the gun sights on new targets. And getting back now to disbelief. You suspend your disbelief. You suspend it all and you go into shock. You see, it must be more civilized than they were in Daddy or Granddad's time. It's not that long ago, folks. Oh, yeah, I mean, and the communists slaughtered their own people, and so did the Chinese communists, and during World War II, the Germans as well, invaded countries and killed a lot of people. This is what all invading armies do. I don't care who's doing the invading, including all the Western powers that went into Iraq and elsewhere. They found literally mass shallow graves outside some of the places in Iraq after the American troops had been in for a while. This happens. This is what soldiers do, folks, Nothing's changed. Smoke, mirrors, and deceptions, But, I remember talking about a clip. It was out years ago. And I think it was in... France, part of France maybe, and you saw the Germans just standing. The talk I gave actually was about the people who are used. It was like the later Milgram experiments on why folks slaughter, who they're told to slaughter. And of course, in the minor version, the Milgram experiments, of course, the folk with students and other people from the street, basically, too. They paid to help volunteer. They actually paid them to go along with it, and they were sitting behind these machines that were told were connected in another room to a person and had to ask them certain questions. And the people in the other room could never win this little questionnaire thing, and so you end up getting shocked. And it would get to a stage, and the person doing the shocking would hear them screaming and say, "Oh," and turn to the guy in the white coat, the authority figure, you see. And they say, "Oh, no, give him more, up the next, another 20 votes, another 100 votes," and they turn it up. Bzzz. The person would scream all them, "I think we're killing him." And the person, "No, you do what you're told." And they found that the people will literally do whatever they're told by a figure in authority if the person in authority is going to take the responsibility for the outcome. And so I gave the talk years ago about how it was done, using different firing squads and slaughtering squads. The Soviets had done it, the Bolsheviks did it too, and the Germans. I remember reading in the German army doing it, because they did studies on it. Some of them, these firing squads, because they were using them for killing folk every day in firing squads, literally had nervous breakdowns, and they had it all worked out how long an average person could last just standing shooting unarmed people, you see. Men, women and children, and they eventually would crack up, and you'd see them shaking and go into the standard shock systems of breakdowns, post-traumatic stress syndrome and so on. So I was talking about that too, but one of the clips they show you was more, it was important too, because they showed you people running in this wasteland, near demolished buildings. And you would see them running towards a dugout trench, maybe, I don't know, 30 feet long. And they'd jump into it because they were ordered to jump into it. And then the guys at the sides just were told to shoot them, and they shot them. They would stand up at top and shoot down into them, like fish in a barrel. And then they would be carried off and buried somewhere else in some other one, or else buried in that pit, you see. Then they'd see the next pit, and then there's people standing watching it, waiting their turn, and then they were told to run into the sea. Now, you got to understand what Dzerzhinsky said, that I mentioned earlier. What did the folk rebel after you? Did you beat them, starve them, and kick them? And no, they don't. They turn around and eat their dead. But that's the behavior of humans in shock when their world is coming to an end. You can't even see their world anymore. Each person is a component on the little group there, but you're still an individual. And it's your turn. And you can't believe it. You're still thinking. You've still got that little bit of hope in you. That surely they can't be intent on killing us all. And you see the faces of the people, they're maybe young guys, and say, surely not, they're much like us, surely not. And then when they're ordered to, again, obedience to authority, they run, even though they've watched the previous group jump into the trench and get shot down. And they do the same thing again, and again, and again. Because they're in complete suspension of their faculties. And what they're perceiving puts them into shock. Because they've been trained to live in a decent society and people are generally good, yada, yada, yada. And yet, they've seen horror and now it's their turn for it. This cannot be happening to me. To the bitter last second. You saw the same thing in Vietnam. And in Korea too, I'm sure. But in Vietnam, there are lots of videos of it too. You had the Mile High Massacre and different massacres and slaughters going. Because that's what happens in war, Doesn't matter who's invading who. This makes no difference. Same things go on. That's why you must never use the military internally. Because their job is for killing people. It's the last battle in a debate. Huh? That's what you use as a military to dissolve the debate. So with the disconnect between the facts given out to the public to do with COVID, when science can't be science, when they keep changing what they're telling you. Don't wear masks, wear masks, or now wear 2 masks or more. Oh, it doesn't make any difference because the virus is so tiny, it gets through the masks anyway. Doesn't matter what kind of mask, yada, yada, yada. And constant lockdowns when no virus has ever been stopped before. You either get the thing and you get over it, whatever virus it happens to be, even the flu. And you get herd immunity by natural causes. Most folk never even get the signs and symptoms of the natural flus. Just like COVID, similar, you see. In that respect, most folk don't all come down with the flu at the same time. The elderly come down with it, as they always have in nature. And every year is the same thing. More folk have died in previous years with the flu. I've got some articles here going back when I've used this before. But it didn't close down society and lock down everybody and completely deliberately wreck the economy because of the flu. This is a different agenda that's ongoing right now. To completely alter the system that you live in. As I've said before, you've been trained that life is cheap now by the bioethics committees and specialists. Well, we have to allow somebody to die, you see, to save the rest. And restrict the medications in case we need it for other people. They haven't run out of anything so far, but they're restricting it from using it on people. They're plenty to spare. No, that's different. When things don't make sense, there's always a different agenda at work, obviously. Obviously. So remember Bill Gates again, back to this character. Oh, I tell you, you couldn't make this character up in a movie. He's worse than anything in James Bond, actually. Because he's real. He's not playing the part, you know. And he prattles on about too many people, too many of you. And he's got a finger in every pie to do with the vaccine industry. Every pie across the planet, eh? He has I don't think he's even got a first aid certificate, and he's supposed to be one of the world's leaders and all that, pushing all this stuff on different nations, etc. But what he is very vocal about, this article here I've been talking about too, is quite a few years old. And it says, Bill Gates is obsessed with population control. As a solution, the claim, see the excuse they used then was global warming. This is a few years ago. It's in the video posted below. Bill Gates explains his belief that carbon emissions from humans is causing climate change. Now, the only way to stop climate change is to reduce those carbon emissions to zero. That's right. When you watch it, notice how many times he emphasizes the need to bring these carbon emissions down to zero. That film is still out there, by the way, that documentary. So how does he propose to do this? Well, one of his suggestions is to slow the growth of the population. And how can that be accomplished? In the video, Bill Gates tells us exactly what his solution is. The world today has 6.8 billion people. They always start off with the numbers, you see. That's heading up to about 9 billion. Now, if we do a really great job on new vaccines, healthcare, reproduction health services, you talk about abortion, we could lower that by perhaps 10 to 15%. And this actual article says, now wait a minute, aren't vaccines supposed to keep people alive? Wouldn't more vaccines actually increase the population? Or does Bill Gates know something that we don't? Well, yeah. Huh? And who made him the population czar? Huh? And why is he obsessed with it like his daddy before him? And how come? That's what I'm mentioning too. In most families, you know, sons and daughters, but definitely the sons, are often at odds with their dads, with opinions, or whoever fascinated the dad the son might not give a darn about in some area, whatever. How come these characters are born in these positions of power with the same roles, and they go along with the same roles as though they were their daddy? You'd hardly admit, you'd know the difference, you know. Same with Prince Charles. They eventually gave him the job of taking over from his daddy, Prince Philip. And Prince Philip, head of the Sierra Club, many other organizations, were all to do with population control and too many people. He was very vocal about it. I can remember, too, another one they put out there years ago. See, anything that they have you watching the TV on, is generally a front for something else. Jacques Cousteau, the great Jacques Cousteau. I'm in here in my boat, the Calypso, and we are traveling through the ocean and looking for Atlantis and all that stuff. And well funded by a big foundation, by the way. This actually in the news today, you know. It's got a kind of welcoming sound about it. But Cousteau himself, you know, by getting all the youngsters into nature. They give you the sea, the ocean, and they give you the land. And they had the Attenboroughs, that for the land, and many other ones too. And Cousteau and that for the sea. And fascinating children. Great photography, you know, no expense spared on their photography and all that, to get everybody watching it. And he starts talking about, and the people are destroying the planet and the ecosystem. And so. And he actually came out and he said eventually, he belonged to eugenics clubs. But he said, we need to kill, we'd have to kill, and this is what he said, hey? They'd have to kill something like 45, it was hundreds of thousands of people per day for so many years to save the planet. That's what he said in a magazine interview. This great Jacques Cousteau. And again, that puts a lot of youngsters in the show. You say, oh, well, I grew up on in Cousteau. He liked the little fishes, etc. Well, he didn't like you any more than Attenborough. David Attenborough likes you either. Or it's absurd, he got knighted, didn't he? Why would royalty knight someone? Well, because royalty's part of the same eugenics clubs too, you know. I mean, they give royal assent to that which run, the same as they gave assent for Karl Marx to write his Communist Manifesto in London. Folk never figure it out, do they? Everything's just a strange coincidence when things make no sense to them. This particular article goes on quite a few years back. I remember on the air, I was on the air at the time. I read it too from the main newspapers of the day, talking about Bill Gates, again like this video, but talking about the ones in the same club at the time. They had the secret meeting. Actually, someone managed to get it out to the public. And they had different nicknames for the meeting, like the Lucky Jean Club. It was one of the nicknames that the press gave to them. But it said that after David Rockefeller explains how we're on the verge of a massive ecological disaster because there's too many people on the planet, it says that they had this meeting, and it says just over a year, this is like 2010, I guess, this article here, it might be earlier. It said that David Rockefeller, Bill Gates, Warren Buffett, George Soros, Michael Bloomberg, Ted Turner, Oprah Winfrey, and a number of other incredibly wealthy individuals held a meeting, a secret meeting. It was initially secret in New York, but luckily got into the papers, by the way. It says, what was the topic of the secret meeting? It says population control. And one anonymous attendee, the meeting was quoted in a major UK newspaper as saying that overpopulation is something so nightmarish that everyone in this group agreed it needs big brain answers. So it says apparently they are the big brains that are going to figure out the best ways to make sure that there are fewer of the rest of us running around. So next time you hear about the incredible threat of climate change in the mainstream media, keep in mind what the global elite believe the ultimate solution to that threat is. As Bill Gates said, they're not going to be satisfied until they get carbon emissions by humans down to zero. Considering the fact that you've been breathing out carbon dioxide the whole time that you've been reading this article, that's not good news for you. It's a fact, folks. But now they've got COVID as well and vaccinations. It's a lot faster than waiting for you to stop breathing by yourself, isn't it? And climate change. I'll also put up the article that was mentioned there from the United Nations Department of Population Fund. They call it Population Fund. It's rather than Control. It used to be called Control. But it's the same organization. And by the way, I think they were getting over 50 million just from the US when Barack Obama was in to do their business across the world, you know, empowering women to not to have children by abortion clinics and things, and other techniques as well. So facing a changing world, women, population and climate, that's what the title of the UN paper is. This report argues that their reproductive health care, including family planning and gender relations, could influence the future course of climate change and affect how humanity adapts to rising seas, worsening storms and severe droughts. Women, especially impoverished women in developing countries, bear the disproportionate burden of climate change, but have so far been largely overlooked in the debate, blah, blah, blah. The report draws attention to population in low-lying coastal areas that are vulnerable to climate change, etc., etc., etc. But then they go into the ways to basically help women to have fewer children. You see, it's all depopulation is what it is, folks. It says the report shows investments that empower women and girls, particularly education and health, bolster economic development and reduce poverty and have a beneficial impact on climate. Girls with more education, for example, tend to have smaller and healthier families as adults. No, they don't. That happens only with a better income. That's what the West has proven over. And so they're lying there again, you see. You would have a better income and a better economy for all the people there. And that's when they start having less children as families. says women with access to reproductive health services, including family planning, have lower fertility rates that contribute to slower growth in greenhouse gas emissions in the long run. Always under the guise to help you, or to help men, or help women, or help children. It's always the same thing, eh? The same agenda under different guises. Now the Vatican walks back no jab, no job decree after criticism. This is amazing, this present Jesuit. It's true enough, he's a Jesuit, you know, and they're like the CIA. I always think of them like the CIA, unfortunately, of the Catholic Church. They couldn't hold these positions in previous some centuries gone by because of their anti-Catholic nature, I'd say, and a different agenda from the Catholic Church at times. But it says in a February 8th decree by Cardinal Giuseppe Bertello, the governor of the Vatican City, said getting a vaccine was a responsible choice because of the risk of harming other people. That's all written by psychologists for those, they call it the shaming technique. Eh? I mean, you feel guilt to me to comply and get and do, I don't want to hurt other people. Even though the vaccines, by the way, and the CDC admits this too, and so did Fauci, eventually when he was asked, it doesn't stop you getting the disease or passing it on. Huh? Do you get that point? Getting the vaccine doesn't stop you getting the disease or passing it on. Now they're telling you it won't work with other strains that were out a year ago, by the way, because I've got the old reports. They claim they just found them now. Eh? Like any virus, it gets multiple strains because viruses constantly alter and mutate from person to person, even taking bits of your DNA and leaving others in your body. You know, that's what they do. It robs and it leaves behind. Eh? And mutates constantly. So that's why you can't really have a vaccine that works with it. Even the old-fashioned vaccines, you know. That's why you don't have one for AIDS either, you know. Anyway, here we go, and it says, the decree said that those who cannot get vaccinated for health reasons may be given another position, presumably where they would have contact with fewer people, but will receive the same pay even if the new post is a demotion. But the decree said those who refuse to get a vaccination without sufficient reason, right? It's not coercing you or anything, will be subject to a specific provision in a 2011 law on employee rights and duties. The article in the 2011 law says employees who refuse preventative measures could be subjected to varying degrees of consequences that could lead to dismissal. So they're not persecuting you or anything. You've got choices, you know, you could go and get the vaccine and they wouldn't pester you anymore. After news stories about the decree on Thursday, many Italians took to Twitter to criticize it, with some saying it was contrary to Pope Francis's general call for mercy. On Thursday night, Bertello's office issued a statement saying that alternative solutions would be found for those who do not want to get the vaccine. Okay. It says the law which specifically mentioned the possibility of dismissal should not be seen as sanctioning or punitive, and that freedom of individual choice would be respected. Pope Francis is a big supporter of vaccines to stem the spread of coronavirus. It's not, they say it this, I keep saying this, I just said it earlier. The media keeps saying the same things too, you know. Even though from the official sites of even the vaccine companies, they say this won't stop you getting it or spreading it. So France is a big supporter of vaccines to stem the spread of the coronavirus, and the Vatican has made a COVID-19 vaccination obligatory for journalists accompanying the Pope on his trip to Iraq next month. Why doesn't he get locked down for a while until it's over, rather than going over to Iraq? There have been fewer than 30 cases. Now, that's just testing, and most folk probably don't even know they had it or whatever, or maybe they even don't have it, because even the swab tests are called so-called virus tests. This is what they mean by the virus. It's a swab test. It's picking up all kinds of old coronaviruses all over, because they've always been through society, coronaviruses. So anyway, fewer than 30 cases had tested positive in the Vatican City. Most of them among the Swiss Guard who live in a communal barracks. There you go. This article here too is from the Mail Online, and it says Justice Minister Robert Buckland, I guess this is Britain, I suppose, suggests company bosses who demand workers get a jab for a job would not be breaking the law if they were new staff. Just amazing, eh? So right now they can't force the ones who are already employed, right, to get it in certain jobs. But for new people, they'd be forced to get it, you see. Somehow that's legal to do that because of the difference. So Judge Mullins of Pimlico Plumbers will add no jab, no job rule to contracts. He says he has spoken with lawyers about making jab mandatory for new hires. Mr. Mullins added that he is willing to pay for private vaccinations when available, and added people would crawl across the snow naked to get a vaccine. Well, that's their fault. And companies demanding employees have the vaccine before they're allowed to work might not be breaking the law with a demand, a top politician has suggested. Justice Secretary Robert Buckland, okay. So he suggested it could be possible to make it a condition of a job offer for new staff. That came as Pimlico Plumbers and Barchester Healthcare, one of the UK's largest care home groups. Odd names, Pimlico Plumbers. It joined others saying that they would not hire new staff who've refused jabs on non-medical grounds. And Downing Street, too, has said it would be discriminative to force someone to have a coronavirus vaccine in order to keep their job. But Mr. Buckland told ITV's Preston, I would be depend upon very much on the terms of employment and the particular contract. So here they are. You know they're going to do this anyway. You know the reason why I'm saying they're so desperate to get everyone done here for something which they say won't stop you spreading the illness or even contracting it. By the way, they don't know yet. Since they claim they don't know how long, which they don't, by the way, for their own vaccinations. They don't know how long their immunity caused by the vaccines, if it gives you any at all, will last. But they do have, again, the tender out for all the adverse reaction, the side effects, which the government expects they're going to be so big they can't cope for it for themselves, so they're tendering it out. This is from their own website saying this. Why would you risk all these adverse effects, or any of them, for something that's got less than 1%, a fraction of 1% chance of damaging you, especially if you're in your 80s? Something else at work here, isn't there? Back to Bill Gates, population, because the rest of the stories don't jive. This doesn't jive logically. When most folk don't even get any ill by the thing. And if they claim that they've had it, they'll have their own body's system antibodies against it. So you'd have to risk a new mRNA, an alteration of your own chemistry or your DNA. And the risk all that entails by having your own antibodies, which won't entail the risk of changing your own RNA, you know. Oh, I tell you, there's something else at work here, obviously. 28-year-old Wisconsin healthcare worker, a pretty young female, you know, and healthcare worker has aneurysm, brain dead 5 days after the second experimental Pfizer mRNA COVID injection. So Sarah Stickles, she was from Belvoir, or after how you spell it, Belvoir, Wisconsin, healthcare worker at Swedish American Hospital, it's called, has suffered a brain aneurysm and is now brain dead just 5 days after receiving the second experimental mRNA COVID injection from Pfizer. Sadly, this is another instance reported where a young healthcare worker in the prime of their life with no previous existing health conditions has died after being injected with one of the experimental mRNA COVID injections. She was an organ donor. Used to make money off you even though they've just killed you maybe. So her body's being kept alive until they find suitable recipients for her organs. Leaves behind a young son, siblings, friends and family members who have expressed shock on Facebook at her sudden death. The sister Jamie Lynn Cruz announced on Facebook February 11th that the family was saying their goodbyes because there's no hope for her recovery. His brain dead, you see. A lot of folk are having these episodes, encephalitis, and you can see it both ways, by the way. You know, even in medical school they say encephalitis, some say encephalitis. But massive inflammation of the brain area, you know. And you can get meningitis. You also get inflammation in the spinal cord. It's one of the listed side effects that can happen. And also platelet disruption is where your body starts attacking its own platelets and you hemorrhage to death too. You've got to now. If you decide to take the vaccine, you get information. You're supposed to get informed consent, and have them explain what I'm telling you here, but get them to read the possible side effects of the accompanying literature that comes with the vaccine cases. You know, these batches all have these explanations there. Have that explained to you, and then make a decision. That's called informed consent. Not, oh, it's good for you, or we believe. Get the facts, you know, which they admit to. 143 Brits die shortly after their COVID jabs, but vaccines didn't play a role, say regulators. They start regulating all the truth now, the facts. And it says COVID jabs given to millions of Brits are safe, despite 140 patients dying shortly after immunisation. And again, you can't say they're safe when you're on, like I've said already, you're the next part of the trial. They didn't do the trial before they gave you the vaccination and the challenge tests. And that's what the article that I mentioned before, when they put out the app, they track for the adverse reactions. They don't know what they're going to be yet. So they can't say they're safe. Except in the media. The media are now telling they're safe. Now you've got to start seeing, these characters are complicit in what's happening to people by telling you it's safe when it's obviously not proven to be safe yet. So the drugs watchdog said vaccines played no part in the fatalities, with almost all occurring in the elderly or ill, right? So being ill isn't a disease now, you see. And so the majority are elderly people with underlying illnesses, like the young folk that's mentioned too. And for lots of young folk getting it now, by the way. And so there's no suggestion that the jab played a role in the deaths. More than 10 million Brits have now had their first dose of COVID vaccination, and total there have been 22,820 reports of suspected side effects. What do you mean suspected side effects? Logged until January 24th. And by the way, they're admitting that for every report, there's generally each report is about 1% of the ones actually, 99% don't report them, or they won't accept them as side effects in the report. And then they repeat the same mantra. The vaccines are the most effective way to protect against COVID-19, save lives and prevent serious complications from the terrible virus. There you go. And so this doctor says the data we've collected provides, and she's the MHRA chief executive, so naturally she'll say, so the data we've collected provides further evidence assurance that the COVID-19 vaccines are safe and continue to meet the rigorous regulatory standards that are required for all vaccines. It's like robots talking, isn't it? He's a very scientific statement. Their main comment that the benefits of the vaccines outweigh any risks. That's very scientific. So regardless, you see, of what they say, there's obviously risks. So they've decided the benefits of it outweigh the risks. Well, something's either safe or it's not. If it's safe, there are no risks. You understand that? The report published today found that most people had mild and short-lasting side effects. Most, probably the ones that had anaphylactic shock. Anyway, they're just nuisances. so that reflect a normal immune response to vaccine, including a sore arm and fatigue. The most frequently reported side effects are injection site tenderness and pain, headaches, fatigue, joint and muscle pain, fever, chills, and nausea. There's also 75 reports of facial paralysis or paresis from people after having both vaccines, the report found. This is listed as possible side effects due to a smaller number of reports and trials, but has not been confirmed as linked to the jabs. So even in the trials, they weren't linking them. Dr. Philip Bryan, the vaccine safety lead at the MHRA, that's the one that's following the adverse effects, added on the deaths. Another cause or reason was involved in the deaths, and we do follow them all up. So there you go. Deaths after vaccinations can worry people, but it's really important that we put this out to the public domain so that people understand what they mean and what they don't mean. They don't raise alarms in the numbers, but also in the cases. You understand, it means nothing. What he just said means nothing to anybody here. And Dr. Rain added, our priority is to ensure the public have safe and effective vaccines. Okay, it's propaganda. Tell us the facts here. I'd like to thank everyone who has reported a potential side effect to us. Every report matters. Well, does it? So here's the thing too. Anyone who has a side effect from any medication or vaccine can report them online on the yellow card scheme. And the link is here for it too. At mhra.gov.uk, where there's also a specific section for COVID treatment and vaccines. Remember, they're recording all this because they don't know what all the side effects are going to be yet. So this is how the MHRA have collected the majority of their data in the safety report. It comes as data reveals that Brits who've already recovered from COVID, right, have been warned that they are more likely to suffer jab side effects. See, I've noticed this before too, by the way, that gynecologist, obstetrician who died in the States with the jab, after the jab, when his own immune system started to destroy his platelets suddenly. Just a coincidence, of course. It could happen to anybody. It happens all the time. And it killed him within a couple of weeks. He'd apparently, when they autopsied him, they found they had his own immune response cells, antibodies in his body, developed by his own body, by himself, no vaccine. But they also found the vaccine antibody in his body as well. I think there's a conflict with the two of them. That's what it would seem to be. It would seem to be that. Because his own immune system, regardless if it was the vaccine one, or his own immune system, then started to attack his platelets and hemorrhage to death. So this article would kind of confirm that possibility here. It says, it comes as data reveals, and the link is here, by the way, who've already recovered from COVID, right, with their own immune response system and own antibodies, have been warned that they're more likely to suffer side effects from a vaccination. Well, why do you need a vaccination if you've already got your own antibodies against the disease? Doesn't make any sense at all. So there's something else at work here for a different reason. The German home, this is a home, like a nursing home. Whistleblower video footage of forced COVID vaccines in German nursing homes goes public. An attorney who's dealing with it now says, we're dealing with homicide, maybe even murder. Now, I wouldn't stop there, as I say. I would deal with the media too, folks, who are telling you this is safe when you can't specify it's safe when it's still in trials. The data isn't even known yet for the next stage of the trial. So this says, earlier this week we published the English translation of a video in German that attorney Rainer Füllmich published with a whistleblower who works in a nursing home where several residents were injected with experimental COVID mRNA shots against their will. And where many of them died a short time later. And it says to see this, they actually show you the link to the video here, I think. And it says that since the interview was published, other whistleblowers in Germany who work in nursing homes have also stepped forward, some with video footage showing residents being held down and vaccinated against their will. As I mentioned earlier, this happened in the 1930s in Germany, with the racial hygiene program they brought in, where they decided to eliminate the unfit inside Germany. people who were born with so-called retardation problems and things like that. They went round the hospitals just killing them off. And they used, sometimes the military too do that. But they used doctors as well, euthanized them all. Very practical. See, why spend money on folk who are ill or not quite the same as you, you know? We're hearing the same prattle today all over. We've been hearing this stuff for years. Why keep folk alive, you know? Till it's your turn, eh? This is attorney Rainer Fulmich talking about the residents who were previously in good physical health and only suffered from dementia, stated. One of them was a runner in his late 70s, or was a runner, I should say, who was also an opera singer. He outran one of the nurses who was in her mid-30s. He was still singing operas on the day he got vaccinated. After vaccination, a couple of days later, he died. So he's fit and healthy and he could run in. It says, so this opera singer doesn't sing anymore. One of the most disturbing things about what these whistleblower videos reveal, according to attorney Fulmich, is that they now are getting more and more calls from other whistleblowers in nursing homes in Germany around the world where they're reporting the same things. Remember that other guy is a nursing assistant, I think, in the States, came out too. He's been breaking down about dying in his place too, a big nursing home, after getting vaccinations. Sweden, for example, and Norway, for example, and Gibraltar, the links are all here. There are also incidents in England and in the US, again, all links are here, that fit these descriptions. The attorney, Fulmich, is not afraid to state exactly where this evidence leads us. It means that people are dying because of the vaccines, he says. What we're seeing in this video clip is worse than anything we've ever expected. If this is representative of what's going on in other nursing homes and in other countries, then we have a very serious problem. So do the people who make the vaccines, and so do the people who administer the vaccines. It looks more and more as though we're dealing with homicide and maybe even murder. This is from lawyers now starting to get on the act now, and it has to come out eventually, all this stuff that's happening. This is how fitting that the tide of whistleblowers coming forward now is gaining steam in Germany, whose population is probably all too familiar with their country's own history of eugenics programs that was implemented in Germany during World War II. Most of it was before World War II, actually. The horrific medical experimentations and genocide that happened in Germany were condemned during the Nuremberg trials, and it's very clear that these experimental mRNA COVID injections, when given to people without informed consent and against their will, are clearly violating the principles of informed medical consent and the condemnation of medical experimentation that is spelled out in the Nuremberg Code. To anyone participating in forced COVID vaccinations, either through supplying the injections or actually doing the injections, you're hereby put on notice that you're participating in homicide, mass murder, and justice will catch up to you at some point. So, folk are getting rather serious about this in some countries. But as I say, it's an experimental technique that they're putting into you. Hasn't been done in humans before, at least not that we've been told to in any legal sense, or maybe covertly it's been, who knows, but nothing authorized before. Do not resuscitate orders cause potentially avoidable deaths, regulator finds, another article here. And the Care Quality Commission that also says orders were wrongly applied in English care homes in the early part of the pandemic, okay? So the do not resuscitate orders were wrongly allocated to some care home residents during the COVID-19 pandemic, causing potentially avoidable deaths. The first phase of a reviewed by England's Care Quality Commission has found, well, but shouldn't they start prosecuting these people that caused this too? The regulator warned that some of the inappropriate, it's just inappropriate, do not attempt to cardiopulmonary resuscitation. Some of the inappropriate ones, notices applied in the spring may still be in place and called on all care providers to check with the person concerned that they consent. So that means letting folk die again without So the review was prompted by concerns about the blanket application of the orders in care homes in the early part of the pandemic, and the fears that the National Health Service hospitals would be overwhelmed. That's why they claimed that they put it out. Well, the hospitals weren't overwhelmed, were they? The GQC received 40 submissions from public, mostly about DNA, CPR, and orders that have been put in place without consulting with the person or their family. They've been doing that for years with National Health Service. I did articles years ago on that. They'd put a little chart at the bottom of your bed with all codes on it. And they've been doing it forever to save cash. Yeah. Get you out, carried out, just don't care as long as you're out. So I'll put this article up too. So it's evidence of unacceptable and inappropriate don't resuscitate orders being made at the start of the pandemic, it says. So there's some admissions coming. Some of them must be suing them before they get even admissions at all. Or they know that there's lawsuits getting worked up against them. That's the only reason they'd come out and say anything like that. And of course in Texas, and with Texas, it's amazing to see them, this terrible storm's holding back the vaccinations. What's more important, stopping them freezing to death because you've cut off the coal supplies and gas supplies and all the rest of it in favour of windmills and all the rest. They knew this would happen years ago. I did the talks again years ago on this thing, what would happen, when Maurice Strong talked about closing down the power plants in Canada. And they brought him over from the United Nations position to actually work at Ontario Hydro for a while. And he privatised it to jack up all the prices. It says people can use less and less electricity if we put the prices up. Energy, reduce energy consumption. And we start dying. You understand? The guy who gave you the biodiversity treaty, Mr. Maurice Strong, right? That nobody ever got a chance to vote for on anything. Like all the rest of these characters. So in Texas, they're trying to survive because of all the massive cutbacks on other alternatives. I've mentioned this before. When you see your things that are vital to you, sources to get food from, sources to get medical care from, sources to get anything you need, even heat from, power, any energy, being monopolized into a singular system, you're in big trouble. Because big agendas are underway right now. Now, they've had this happen before in Texas and other countries. And it happens maybe once a century, sometimes twice a century, massive deep freezes. And so to pretend that they would never see it coming, no, you never wait for it happening when you've had it in the past. I don't care what century you've had it, and even the fact you've had it in the past, it will happen again. And for windmills, it frees up, and solar panels get covered in snow and get iced. Well, that's you, kid. That's it. You better start lobbying very fast to get something, but it won't matter because Biden's already totally committed to the I call it the depopulation agenda of the climate change agreement. It's depopulation. That's what it's for. And I've mentioned already the tenders, the Ted Turner's Electronics Daily Supplement is another article talking about the tenders put out for the adverse reactions to the vaccine. Right? The software tool to process the expected high volume of COVID-19 vaccines. This is from the government. This was the government. It says the government states the MHRA urgently seeks an artificial intelligence software tool to process the expected high volume of COVID-19 vaccine adverse drug reactions. Maybe we should hand these all out to the media that tells you it's all perfectly safe. And it also says, for reasons of extreme urgency under regulation, they give the long related to the release of a COVID-19 vaccine, MHRA have accelerated the sourcing and implementation of a vaccine-specific tool, artificial intelligence tool. It's not possible to retrofit the MHRA's legacy systems to handle the volumes of adverse reactions that will be generated by COVID vaccine. Therefore, if the MHRA does not implement the artificial intelligence tool, it will be unable to process these adverse drug reactions effectively. This will hinder its ability to rapidly identify potentially safety issues with the COVID-19 vaccine and represents a direct threat to the patient's life and public health. What part of that says to you that it's perfectly safe and they know it is? It says, why do they expect that a high volume of adverse drug reactions will be generated? And would it not be more sensible to determine the safety profile of a COVID-19 vaccine while the stable door is shut, rather than monitor the galloping horse once it has bolted? Well, that would be the way you normally do it, wouldn't it? Same with the challenge test. They wouldn't give it to the volunteers. They were paid volunteers. And young and healthy, right? In case they got ill, they said, in some of the previous articles. Well, what's the point in giving it to the whole population and watching them perhaps getting ill when they're challenged with their live virus and the outside world after getting the vaccination? That's what the challenge test is for. To see if it works or if it has any adverse reactions, such as overwhelming cytokine storms, when your body overreacts to the real virus and it kills you. Things just don't add up here at all. And quite a few different articles. This one here is from Pharma Forum, it's called. And again, about MHRA, adverse side effects and so on, looks to artificial intelligence to hunt for COVID-19 vaccine side effects. And they all repeat the same thing because they think they can't hardly believe it, where the government says in its own website, where it's putting out the tender, it says that they expected large amount of adverse reactions. They all repeat the same thing. It says former UK Prime Minister Tony Blair said this morning, you can trust the guy who took you to war, eh? That the AstraZeneca Oxford University adenovirus-based vaccine should be rolled out as soon as possible, ideally in the month of November, as it's essentially safe. This guy has his own foundation, the Tony Blair Foundation now. Put out amazing propaganda. The man who, again, brought you to war, that helped to wreck Europe with the mass migrations of folk getting out of the war zones. Yeah. The guy who literally went to his mentor, who was Isaiah Berlin, right? And it was the newspapers at the time. He went there to ask him about, could you look at positive freedom and negative freedom? For those who don't know what it is, you look it up. And to see if he could get, use both of them together. This is before COVID broke out. Just coincidence, mind you. Because lockdowns, etc., and negative freedoms, all the rest of it, yada, yada, yada. This is a few years ago, he said that. Anyway, that was the newspapers at the time. This article here, again, CDC says 929 are dead, 15,923 are injured, reported following experimental mRNA COVID injections. And so the CDC has done another data dump today into the Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System, the VAERS system, VAERS. The US government funded a database that tracks injuries and causes and deaths caused by vaccines and also not just vaccines, but I think medications too. Data goes through the February 12th, 2021 with 15,923 recorded adverse events, including 929 deaths following injections. You imagine too, it'd be a lot higher than that, since most deaths this year had nothing to do with it. Or they immediately say it even before they've autopsied the person or anything else. And whistleblower video footage of forced COVID vaccines, the German ones I mentioned earlier too. And the shaky science behind the deadly new strains of SARS-CoV-2. There's a good documentary up there by a virologist, again, someone who deals specializing in viruses and so on. Talk about the new variants being the most dangerous and unpredictable being since Osama bin Laden. This is what they're saying. They're the most dangerous and unpredictable beings. Everyone needs to stay safe from these invisible but murderously mighty microbes by shunning contact with the unwashed, unmasked, and unvaccinated. But is that drastic approach going to work, it says, The second Pfizer COVID shot was halted in Spain after 46 deaths in one nursing home following the first shot. CDC now reports fewer total deaths following COVID injections than last week. Can we trust any of their data? Oh, dearie. So, again, facts don't matter. And again, you trust your lying eyes. You trust your own lying conclusions of common sense. Or should you do what Fauci said on that TV interview? It was up on the internet for a while. But he was on a TV show, and he said that the Americans are going to have the trouble. They're used to this idea of independence and having rights. They're going to have trouble. They should really just accept it. They should just do what they're told sometimes. That's what he said. Amazing what you're hearing, the things that you read in history books that tyrants would have said. And you're hearing tyranny spoken and ordered about today. It's just astonishing that folk don't recognize it. Green Pass site crashes even as Netanyahu urges Israel to adopt reopening the plan. The health ministry's site to issue passes remains down hours before new system is sent to start. Pass will give vaccinated and recovered Israelis access to sports, culture and hotels. There you go. If you get your vaccine pass, your passport, you see. But it collapsed apparently, and they're even saying it may have been hacked by disgruntled Israelis, which is very possible. You understand, this is to be for the rest of everyone's lives, passports. And eventually they're going to force you to take it if you want to be able to do anything in life, apart from staying inside your own home. In fact, I don't think they'll even let you stay in your own home eventually. This is a massive agenda, folk, worldwide, And I've already mentioned a 28-year-old Wisconsin healthcare worker who claimed she had an aneurysm. You can also get a very sudden one caused by something attacking it, by the way, your blood vessels, and it swells up like a little balloon, becomes weakened, and then you go. You see, it doesn't have to be something it was innate already there. Certain illnesses can cause aneurysms, even syphilis can cause that too. None of that you had now. Certain things can cause that over time. But so can certain things introduced in your body of any type of massive infection. There's certain types you can be born with or be hereditary, like perianeurysms, but not always. They can develop too from other reasons. And you get aortic aneurysms as well, and so on. That often kills people. So and we already know this thing attacks your system for clotting. Well, the mechanism. The German holidaymakers flock to the Canary Islands despite pandemic, and they say that they don't feel guilty at all. Well, good for them. Right? They can afford it if that's what they want. And so Angela Merkel said, everyone realizes that this is not the time to travel. I wonder if Merkel's been off secretly. Like most of them go off on their holidays secretly now in their private jets. Everything's so secretive now because the general public, the scum, are not supposed to know what's going on. And by the way, have you seen articles where in the US government and Britain and so on, that the governmental keep fit gyms for government employees are allowed to stay open all through all this stuff? They haven't shut them down. And one of the politicians actually, and bureaucrats said that. It says, oh no, and they mentioned the exemption clause that whatever they force upon the public doesn't apply to them. Oh, tyranny. You're seeing it all, folks. You really are. And then many of them are off on their holidays and so on. And whenever they get found out to be off on a holiday, same happened in Canada with different politicians and police chiefs and so on. Oh well, we didn't realise. Some little excuse there. It's okay for them, you see. You're non-essential. You should stay at home. The real folk that still work, you see, the important people at the top, they need their holidays. You don't. So anyway, some of the Germans did go off to the Canary Islands, for the sun, the air and the sea and nature. Good for them. And this other article here is to do with It was that Dr. Carrie, is it Madej, I call her, M-A-D-E-J, and why vaccines are a threat to humanity and cause infertility. It's quite interesting too what's been found inside these vaccines. There's also another article put out by a scientific publication of a study that's been done that actually say that prions, these prions that give you mad cow disease and eventually the human variety as well, Jakob-Creutzfeldt syndrome. Prions can actually have been found, I don't know if it's been found in people or animals or what, but been found to come together, to be created inside some of the ingredients within these particular vaccines. So if I find out, I'll put that one up too, but I've got so much stuff here, I can't do it all. Delingpole, James Delingpole, there used to be, I think, was it the Daily Mail? It was one of the British papers, and now I think he works for Breitbart now, but it says here that Britain is now a tyranny, and only one politician, one member of Parliament, truly gets this. You see, there are loads of people who think it isn't worth going on at the moment. They're giving up, eh? And it's about time some the bloody secretaries of state understood that existing isn't living for many people. You see, that's true. You've been taught to exist now, you know. And congratulations to Sir Charles Walker MP for telling it like it is on BBC's Radio 4's World at One programme. I've rarely heard a politician so righteously angry on the programme, nor yet one who has used a swear word. And it says, and Walker may be the last truly decent politician in Britain, the only one prepared to fully acknowledge the scale of the devastation and cruelties being inflicted on the British people by an increasingly dangerous and out-of-control government. Walker was responding particularly to two egregious statements by government ministers. First, he objected to the one by Health Secretary Matt Hancock, this prune Matt Hancock, I'm telling you, exulting in the 10-year prison sentence which will henceforth be applied to anyone who's been on holiday to Portugal or any other country on the government's red list and lies about it. Secondly, objected to one by the equally noisome and low-grade Transport Secretary Grant Shapps, warning people not to book summer holidays even in Britain. And says Shapps told the BBC Radio 4 Today programme, on the shrinking chance that there's anybody listening to this interview at this stage and thinking of booking a holiday under the current circumstances, please don't go ahead and book holidays for something which at this stage is illegal to actually go and do, whether it's here or abroad. Walker was properly incensed by this, as he told the BBC interviewer Sarah Montague. The goalposts have not so much been moved as ripped off and carried to another playing field. This is just not acceptable. This is becoming an extended exercise in almost studied and deliberate cruelty for a nation that is increasingly anxious and under pressure. People need to see their children, they need to see their parents, they need to see the people that they love, they need to have something to look forward to. We're conducting a massive experiment in creating high levels of anxiety. Montague pointed out that the opinion polls appear to show most people in favour of lockdowns. Walker replied, and I don't believe that at all. Polls are lies to try to convince you, and humans are so awful, it's true, awfully deceptive, that they use an awful lot of lies, and polls are definitely one of them, folks, always have been. Otherwise, you would just have polls rather than voting. Just let the poll makers, so many folk would have voted for this party, so that's who's we're electing. You see? But they don't, because they know that they're liars. So Walker replied, I suspect most people are in favour of lockdown as long as it works for them, and that when they do breach it, they breach it in a responsible way. So I'm a very responsible person, they'll say. It's those ruffians down the road that need lockdown. So don't read too much into opinion polls. Walker then moved on to the subject of vaccines, which he noted had once been touted by the government as the events that would set everyone free. We were told that when the vaccine came, release would happen, and it now seems that the government either knows something it's not willing to share with us about vaccines, or is just really facing in multiple directions and is determined to muddy the water and sow confusion. Montague, in characteristic BBC style, tried to trip him up on a suggestion that governments might know something about vaccines that it wanted to keep a secret. Walker wasn't playing her game. For crying out loud, we were told, weren't we, that the vaccines were the route out of this. If we had summer holidays last year when we didn't have the vaccine. Again, Montague tried to trip him up by making it about him. She asked, have you booked a summer holiday? Walker refused to engage with such frivolousness. He says, now we've got vaccines coming out of your ears, or our ears. We're told not to book a summer holiday, for crying out loud. It does strike me as odd, as if it doesn't strike you as odd. We're in a completely different space on this. So that's how it is, a massive experiment. And don't forget what they said at the SAGE group when they employed that other group of experts in psychology and behaviorism and persuasion who gave the handout to the press. Tell them to exaggerate the stories, to increase anxiety so as the folk would comply. Huh? And Dr. Martin on experimental mRNA COVID vaccines. This is not a vaccine, it's a medical device, it says. This is another article for those who want to read them, you know. And folks should have their ability to have whatever they're touting read. You know, it's up to you what you want to think about them, or any of them. That's called freedom. But it does go into some things that we do know definitely about mRNA vaccines. Same as that other doctor too. And I've got another doctor, again, another woman who's pretty good. I'll put her link to her video up as well, not just a Mad Age one or Mad Day one, but another one as well, the top virologist. There's no lack of people out there with incredible information about all this. Top ranking world scientists come out against all of the propaganda that's going on right now. Just astonishing, really. And before I forget too, we've got lots to do yet. I'll again remind you, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Send a few bucks my way, go into the site, and you'll see how to send me a few dollars and help me tick along and keep going. Now, this article here is an international alert message put out by health professionals to governments and citizens of the world. And it says to stop terror, madness, manipulation, dictatorship, lies, and the biggest health scam of the 21st century. And this was initially put out by, I think it was 1,500 doctors and medical staff and teams and so on across the world. And you can read it for yourself. They go through they give you examples of everything they're talking about, by the way. They're not just giving opinions about things. And it says, we say stop to all crazy and disproportionate measures that have been taken since the beginning to fight SARS-CoV-2 lockdowns, blocking economy, education, social distancing, and so on and so on and so on. It says it's not the first time that humanity faces a new virus. It experienced the H2N2 virus in 1957, H3N2 in 1968, SARS-CoV, that's coronavirus, the first one in 2003, H5N1 in 2004, H1N1 in 2009, H5N1 2004, H1N1 2009, MERS-CoV in 2012, and faces a seasonal flu virus every year. However, none of these measures taken for SARS-CoV-2 has been taken for these viruses, we're told. SARS-CoV-2 is very contagious. We answer is absolutely false. The claim is, moreover, rejected by internationally renowned experts. A simple comparison with other viruses show the contagiousness of SARS-CoV-2 is moderate, and it gives you links to that too. It's diseases like measles that can be described as very contagious. For example, a person with measles can infect up to 20 people, while a person infected with this coronavirus only contaminates 2 or 3. That is 10 times less than measles. But it is a new virus, and we answer H1N1 and the other viruses that we mentioned were also new viruses. Yet we did not put countries into lockdown. We didn't block the global economy, didn't paralyze the education system, and did not social distance, and didn't tell the healthy people to wear masks. In addition, some experts say it's possible this virus was already circulating before, but we didn't realize it. It says, but we don't have a vaccine, and we answer, at the start of H1N1, we also had no vaccine. And at the time of SARS-CoV, he says, yet we did not put countries in a lockdown. We didn't block the global economy, didn't paralyze the education system, didn't social distance, and we didn't tell the healthy people to wear masks. But this virus is much more deadly, to say, and the answer is absolutely false, because compared to the flu, for example, if we take into account the period between 1st November and 31st of March, there was worldwide, when those measures had been taken, 860,000 cases and 40,000 deaths. And it says, well, the flu in the same period of 5 months infects on average 420 million people and kills 270,000. And it says, in addition, the case fatality rate announced by the WHO, 3 to 4%, was greatly overestimated and was rejected from the beginning by the eminent experts in epidemiology. But even if we take this case for a fatality rate, we can see that this coronavirus is 3 times less lethal than that of 2003 SARS virus, and 10 times less lethal than that of 2012 by 35%. And it goes through it. It's quite long, actually. 61 pages for those who want to care. Folk are fed up across the world that are working in the hospital industry. And dentists and everything. A lot of dentists signed their names to this too. They're all part of it. They're seeing the effects even on the teeth going downhill fast because of folk wearing masks, etc. And so on. But I'll put the link up for those who want to peruse it and see what other folk outside the general media are telling you about it. Folk working with it. And people who have a better understanding of viruses and who are experts and so on. Also, Global Research has it too, a more condensed form perhaps as well. And it says, United Health Professionals, the lockdown, and so on. And it gives you selected highlights of it. It says, stay home and save lives was a pure lie. And remove the following illegal, non-scientific and non-sanitary measures. Lockdowns, mandatory face masks for healthy subjects, social distancing, of 1 or 2 meters. The lockdowns not only killed many people, but also they couldn't get into hospitals, remember, folks. Thousands of folk died at home. But also destroyed physical and mental health, economy, education, and other aspects of life. Suicide rates are we up to. Natural history of the coronavirus is not influenced by social measures, lockdowns and face masks and so on, or closing restaurants. It doesn't stop it. While the state knows best and violates human rights, we are on a dangerous course. Exclude your experts and advisors who have links or conflicts of interest with pharmaceutical companies. There's too many folk telling us what to do that are called experts that literally are getting the money from the pharmaceutical companies. This is, we are health professionals of the International Collective. United Health Professionals comprise of more than 1,500 members, including professors of medicine, intensive care physicians and infectious disease specialists from different countries of Europe, Africa, America, Asia, and Oceania, and so on. In August 2020, we addressed to governments and citizens of countries around the world an alert message regarding the COVID outbreak. And then they go through the reports, and they give you examples of how they managed the H1N1 epidemics before. They give you examples of the terror they've tried to get you to vaccinate before and they shut things down. They're talking about 2010, right? So the Parliamentary Assembly is alarmed about the way in which the H1N1 influenza pandemic has been handled, not only by the World Health Organization, but also by the competent health authorities at the level of the European Union and at national level. Is particularly troubled by some of the consequences of decisions taken on and advice given leading to distortion of priorities of public health service across Europe, waste of large sums of public money, and also unjustified scares and fears about health risks. Grave shortcomings have been identified regarding the transparency of decision-making processes relating to the pandemic, which have generated concerns about the possible influence of the pharmaceutical industry on some of the major decisions. Unregulated or secret lobbying may be a danger and can undermine democratic principles and good governance. So they go through examples over the few years building up to this present coronavirus and the scams that were pulled by governments and big pharma groups and the same names you're hearing about today, by the way. try to shut you all down. And it didn't work before. And then they go into lifting all restrictions to do with the present one, right? This is the infection fatality rate. Seems to be about the same as for influenza, but we've never introduced these drastic measures before when we had influenza pandemics, and we cannot live with them for years to come. And they give you the names of professors who write different articles on this. And then the decision for lockdown and the decision of wearing masks are not based on scientific data. There's no scientific evidence to support the disastrous 2-meter rule. And it's true, I mentioned it before, it was dreamed up by a guy who works for the military-industrial complex in the States, who wanted his daughter to get into university by giving her, she was given a task at high school, and you've got something pretty unique to get into Harvard and so on. So the guy himself, the dad, created a program for her. And that's what they used to just a computer model, right? They spat out the idea of 2-meter rule. It's based on nothing. No, it's not based on physical real testing facts of any kind at all. So anyway, and I put those links up months ago, for that. Anyway, back to this article here, and they go up to what they demand: open up the economy, schools, universities, air transport, and hospital units. Exclude your experts and advisors who've linked their conflicts of interest with the pharma companies. It says stay home, save lives was a pure lie. On the contrary, the lockdowns not only killed many people, but also destroyed physical and mental health. So I'll put this link up too for those who want to go through it. As I say, it's quite a long article, and you can read it for yourselves. Now I'm going to read this article here for you to see how you react to it, right? Patients dying in corridors as winter pressures overwhelm the National Health Service. This is only 3 out of 133 hospital trusts in England, for which figures are available, managed to meet the government's A&E target of 95% of patients treated within 4 hours, according to December stats from NHS England. Overall, 85% of patients across the country were treated within a 4-hour deadline, according to the figures. Hospitals in Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, also struggling. Doctors warned in a letter to the Prime Minister and published by Health Service Journal that conditions on wards are intolerable. Patients wait for 12 hours, hundreds managed in the corridors, sometimes dying prematurely, according to the letter. Sounds horrible, isn't it? This was 2018. You see how it's blown way up as well, though? Now, the fact that we're cutting back the NHS for something, because they've been privatising it, public-private partnerships, for years and years. I put up a documentary link to you a few weeks ago, maybe months ago. I can't remember now. Were nurses and nursing sisters who worked in the hospital, nursing officers, were actually admitted they were getting paid money by the private companies that partly owned the hospitals now to get the patients out as fast as possible. And they would do it without even treating them half the time, regardless of the consequences. And yet you hear them talking about admitting it. Now, the NHS is racked with problems, has been for years. The National Health Service, by the way, remember I did the articles on the air at the time, years ago when Tony Blair was in, that they were cutting back the admissions to the hospitals in Britain because they've been cutting back so much staff and hospital beds and everything under different privatisation acts, public-private partnerships, that they actually would do questionnaires, send questionnaires out to people who were waiting for cancer treatments or prostate treatments for cancer and things like that. And they would just casual questionnaires, and folk would dutifully fill them in and send it back to them. And then the hospitals would send for them to come in for their operations or whatever when they knew the folk were on holiday. What a racket that was. That was in the newspapers, by the way, at the time. The deceit is overwhelming, folks. Another one, too, is the shaky science behind the deadly, so-called deadly quotation marks, new strains of SARS-CoV-2. Right? And don't forget, too, that these strains, mutations, doesn't mean they're more lethal. Generally, a lot of these different strains, the things that are pretty dangerous to start with, become less dangerous as time goes on, as they mutate, you know. But again, it doesn't fit the bill to tell you that, does it? When you're supposed to be terrified in order to get the jab. But this article explains the so-called the new strains, and talk about really scientific shorthand, such as N501Y. Scientific shorthand for the substitution of one protein building block amino acid from another at position 501 in the part of the virus called the spike protein. It says note that any such amino acid switcheroo is correctly called a change, not a mutation. Mutations are currently only in the genes. For some reasons, many scientists and scribes who ought to know better are mistakenly calling N501Y and other amino acid changes mutations. See? So they're not really as dangerous as they're making out. But again, they're using every possible scam they can to get their agenda done, aren't they? They really are. It's just astonishing, really. Quite something. It really is quite something when you really think about it. This article really, to me, is interesting because this is from the CDC. They go into who should get tested. It says test for current infection. Current infection, right, is a viral test. They call it viral. So the test for viral test is a swab test, you see, the nasal swab. And it says who should get tested? People who have symptoms of COVID-19. Well, they've made sure it's always in the winter when it really happens. The big problems. When you've got common colds, which is a coronavirus, and you've got all kinds of flus, and but all kinds of even pneumonia viruses are out galore, stacks of them every winter. So if you're runny nose, that could be a symptom. If you have no runny nose, that could be a symptom. If you feel well, that could be a symptom. If you've got symptoms, that could be a symptom. You understand? I've covered the whole gambit here, you know. And most of the cases, the kind of cases, are folk who have no symptoms at all. Just swab tests. Who pick up all kinds of pieces of viruses. So it says viral tests are used to look for current infection. And again, it says that you can get for your nose or your mouth saliva, you find out if you're currently infected with SARS-CoV-2, the virus that causes COVID-19, right? And two types of the test can be used: the nucleic acid amplification tests, right? Detect the virus's genetic material and are commonly used in laboratories. They're generally more accurate, but sometimes take longer to process than other types. Then there's the antigen test, detect the viral proteins, and are generally not as sensitive, and in particularly if the antigen test is used on someone without COVID-19 symptoms. If you have a positive or negative antigen test, your healthcare provider may need to confirm the test results with the other test. Even so iffy, And don't forget, too, that they're pretty well excluding all clinical symptoms that are the biggest part of diagnosis. Especially when you're using these particular types of particle tests, just particles of viruses, then amplifying them to try to find out if there's a possibility they might actually have the virus. It doesn't mean that they have it or not. You can't really tell. So this is interesting because then you got this one, right, from the CDC as well, testing for past infection, okay? So antibody or a serology test look for antibodies in your blood to determine if you have a past infection with the virus that causes COVID-19. And so antibodies are proteins created in your body's immune system soon after you have been infected or vaccinated. And they fight off infections and can protect you from getting that disease again. Although they don't want you to have your natural ones. They want you to have a vaccine regardless. Antibody tests should not be used to diagnose a current infection, okay, with the virus that causes COVID-19, except in circumstances where viral testing is delayed. An antibody test may not show if you have a current infection because it can take 1 to 3 weeks after the infection for your body to make the antibodies, okay? This is where you test positive or negative for COVID-19 on a viral or an antibody test. You should still take steps to protect yourself and others as you're quarantined and all the rest of it, right? Where you test positive or negative with a viral test. Right? We don't know how much protection, immunity antibodies to the virus might provide against getting infected again, right? Confirmed and suspected cases of reinfection have been reported but remain rare. They don't know yet. And don't forget, remember the one with the sailors that were locked down with the aircraft carrier last year? And different batches of them were getting taken off and in quarantine in hospitals, and they were allowing them out back to the ship when they tested negative, using again these viral swab tests. And in one of the articles it stated that 5 of them were released in the morning after getting a swab test, saying that they were now free of it, negative. And then they were retested when they got on board ship, and all 5 were positive. like an hour later. These tests are ridiculous and useless. Really. That's why they picked it. So where you test positive or negative for COVID-19 in a viral or an antibody test, you should still take the test to protect yourself and others in quarantine and all the rest of it. What do your results mean? It says, if you test positive, it says, for an antibody test, you may have antibodies from an infection with the virus that causes COVID. However, there's a chance that a positive result means you have antibodies from an infection with a different virus. Okay? You're hearing this? This is the CDC. If you have a blood test, right, and it comes up positive for antibodies, so that means you're immune to it. Right? However, there's a chance that a positive means that you have antibodies from an infection with a different virus from the same family of viruses called coronavirus. I mean, I told you there's many different strains of coronaviruses. They've always have been. It says, note, other coronaviruses cannot produce a positive result on a viral test. That's a swab test, right? For SARS-CoV-2. Having antibodies to the virus that causes COVID-19 may provide protection from getting infected with the virus again. But even if it does, we don't know how much protection antibodies may provide or how long this protection may last. So talk with your healthcare provider about your test result and type of test you took to understand what your results mean. If you read this article, they mean nothing. You can take your pick what you want them to mean. But if you have your own antibodies, you're immune to it. That's the bottom line, folks. It says you may test positive for antibodies even if you have never had symptoms. Yeah, that's the most folk. This can happen if you've had an infection without the symptoms, which is called asymptomatic infection. See, everybody who gets, they call them cases, gets over it by producing their own antibodies up till now. You understand that? All those thousands and millions of all cases across the world got better. And the only way you can get better is by producing antibodies. Or they got sick and sicker. So there you go. Then you have CA woman, 78, gets COVID-19 vaccine, then suddenly dies of something else. That's what happens, you suddenly die of something else. And I'll put this one up too. It says she died for getting the vaccine, but her death doesn't appear to be linked to the shot, the health officials say Saturday. Of course not. Those vaccine adverse reactions are just there for show, obviously, because no one dies of adverse reactions because of the shot. Yeah, she lost consciousness as she was being treated by medical personnel. And she began complaining about discomfort after receiving the shot of the Pfizer vaccine around noon Friday. And she lost consciousness as she was being treated by the medical personnel. Then the paramedics began performing CPR on her, but she couldn't be revived. So they were just very quickly. Yeah. I've noticed a common theme in a lot of this too, by the way. And I really, this is just a speculation. Right? But with so much writing, and the amount of behaviorists and psychologists working for government teams here, across every country, and on behalf of Big Pharma too, they've employed lots of them too to work with the media. I've seen articles where relatives of folk who died after the shot come out and tell you that you should get the shot anyway. And I'm sure, I just speculate they're getting paid to say that. I really mean that. You can't put anything past multi-billion-dollar industries. You can't put anything past them. Because they would. I know they would. And this is a formula I've noticed with a lot of them. So it says here, despite the tragedy, her husband of 57 years, who also received COVID-19 shots, so he still plans to get the second shot in a few weeks. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention recommends that if a person has severe allergic reaction, they call it an allergic reaction. It's total shock of a foreign substance getting put into your body. Total shock. A substance your body has never seen before. So if you get an allergic reaction after the first dose of the vaccine, so the CDC, they shouldn't get the second dose. Try and remember that. Like one of the previous articles I mentioned too, where it says if you've developed your own antibodies, getting the vaccine, it might have a contrary effect on you, a bad effect on you. Remember, that's what it said in an article from another professional site. Now this one too smacks of what I was talking about earlier. I even joked about this months ago. I said, I wonder what we're going to do is start putting yellow stars on you, like you did in Germany, in other countries too. At one time, security guards at an English supermarket called the police on a disabled man who refused to wear a yellow sticker exempting him from wearing a mask. And it says, since Prime Minister Boris Johnson announced the first police-enforced lockdowns March 23rd, 2020, Britons have been subjected to overzealous policing of their activities and suppression of their freedoms. After British supermarkets made mask wearing mandatory, security guards have taken to demanding shoppers cover their face before entering or be banned. Those with disabilities, young children or others with exemptions don't have to wear one, but some supermarkets offer lanyards or badges to designate that those they can deem can enter the stores with their faces uncovered. The Sun, the newspaper The Sun, reported on Wednesday the case of a man who said he was disabled being threatened with police action unless he wore a yellow exemption badge to reassure other shoppers. See how they can target you and get the rest of the people to turn against you, using the guilt and shaming thing. This is all planned before you heard of COVID, because they talked about these exercises, using these techniques when they're doing the tabletop exercises for Event 201 and the lockstep for 2010 and so on. You're living through an agenda here. And getting folk to turn against other people is all part of it. That's your tax money at work, eh? So footage shares on social media showed him being confronted by two security guards when appearing to call the police. While the shopper helpfully offered she call the emergency number 111 rather than 999, whose operators said they would not be happy to be bothered with a non-emergency call. I actually laugh at the 999, because that's what they use in Britain, eh, for emergency calls. And on old phones, you see, when you dialed it, it turned 666 on the dial. That wasn't a coincidence for sure, So there you go. It's interesting too that emergency number, the non-emergency number for them is 111. Everyone's 999, so you got 911 if you want to play the games with numbers and so on. And you got a 3 there, 3 ones. Anyway, I'm not conforming to no sticker laws. Sorry, the shopper said, noting that the requirement to wear such a mask was not law, calling the company policy totalitarian. And wearing the Mark II, this yellow badge, isn't law either. So even the police, it says UK, the previous ones, they tried to get the police on the guy and all the rest of it. But you can read the article for yourself. This is happening all over the place now, eh? It's stigmatized folk. They stigmatize people. Remember the poor souls that got arrested by the cops in Canada, was it New Brunswick, was it, or Montreal? I can't remember. New Brunswick, I think. Who were terrified to get out of their homes, but they had to go to the pharmacy, and they couldn't wear masks because of conditions. And then the police got called by the manager of the pharmacy. I said to people should just blockade these pharmacies. Anybody who gets the folk almost, when cops get pulled out, it's like pulling out the military these days. They're ready to jump on anybody and damage, maybe even kill folk. So you got to start just blacklisting different places that cause the problems, folks. You have that right, you know, to put out little pamphlets of what's happened, and then 2 old age pensioners getting arrested, and the woman herself couldn't wear a mask. She was in to get medication to do with a condition which she couldn't wear a mask. But it didn't matter, eh? And again, the media has to take its fall too with all of this for purposely terrorizing the public. This article here was from last year, again, October 2020, where everything's fallen into place. Eh? The Dutch government has announced it will go ahead with plans to decriminalise euthanasia for children under the age of 12 now. You're starting to get the big picture here, folks. They euthanized people in Germany. They didn't want it. You know, they couldn't even give permission for getting the jab, and they died. The lawyer is going to charge them for murder. You know, put forward the charge for murder. Life has become. You're getting trained that life is getting cheaper and cheaper and cheaper until it's your turn. I hope you're understanding this. So the scheme will allow doctors to euthanize children. You can't look at doctors the same way ever again, by the way. I mean, the whole profession now, you can't do it. You would need a movement within the profession for a bulk of doctors to go against euthanasia to get any credibility back. So it's to help end, you know, unbearable and hopeless suffering. Everything's to help you, right? We've never seen such evil in history where the excuse to do everything they're doing is to help you. So Holland, again, was one of the first ones to legalize euthanasia, 2002, for adults. And then, like I said at the time too, in talks I gave back then, they'll expand it, and they certainly have, eh? Now they've joined, Canada joined them with doing the same thing. They're scared to go to the hospital now if you're over a certain age in Canada. And this article goes into the few countries that they're already, like Canada and Holland, are giving out euthanasia. And how it gets worse and worse all the time. They expand it and expand it, start killing folks that they're perfectly healthy, but they might even be depressed. But it says here that this is a slippery slope. Earlier this year, the Dutch euthanasia doctor Bers Keizer admitted that those who embark on euthanasia venture down a slippery slope along which you irrevocably slide down to the random killing of defenseless sick people. That's exactly what happens, folks. He added, in retrospect, it's true that we now provide euthanasia to people to whom we have said a little indignantly 20 years ago, come on, that is really impossible. And looking ahead, there's no reason to believe that this process will stop. They give you the cautionary tale that former euthanasia advocate and Dutch professor Theo Boer should start warning to UK MPs and peers last month about the dangers of legalising assisted suicide. This is a guy from used to advocate it, right? And that advocate published shortly after his speech, he said the Netherlands should act as a cautionary tale to those in power in the UK. Like many of the current supporters of assisted dying, I used to believe that it was possible to regulate and restrict killing to terminally ill, mentally incompetent adults with less than 6 months to live. However, he said I was wrong because they expanded and then they start deciding who should die anyway. You understand? That's how it's done. Bill Gates wants to change every aspect of our economy while we dine on fake meat. Eh? He's pushing drastic and fundamental changes. This is the whole agenda here, folks, under COVID. Eh? By eugenicist, Mr. Bill Gates. A supremacist. He's definitely a supremacist. Eh? No doubt about it. He belongs to the club, the big club of billionaires. Eh? They have the right to do what they want with all of you. The gods, the gods that call themselves. Anyway, again, it says here too, just like that stuff from years ago, the video I talked about there, he's still saying the same thing, to reduce carbon dioxide and go to zero in order to save the planet from long prognosticated and consistently wrong environmental disaster. make everything electric, and so on and so on. Yada, yada, yada. This is a massive, these are monsters. I cannot stand this. I really do. Personally, I can't stand Bill Gates. And I can generally watch all kinds of characters, but this, oof, wow. Or the Klaus Schwab either. And this other article here is to do with billions of pounds in the red, and UK budget is to have a greenish hue, it says, about reopening and so on. Eh? So this says Sunak will move forward with plans to launch Britain's first green government bonds designed to finance environmentally friendly investments. Tie this in with Bill Gates. Is it coming together for you all? Is it really? Yeah? This might also nudge the Bank of England to focus more on climate change. There you go. But any progress in carbon taxes, which they're pushing again, endorsed by the International Monetary Fund, there you go, is likely to be slow as Sunak grapples with how best to close a £400 billion budget deficit, the largest since World War II. So Britain is hosting a major United Nations environmental summit, COP26, it says it in November. It's from Business News, and David Milliken, it says, wrote it, the article here for the Business News, and Reuters published it too. COP26 in November, and Sunak told the finance ministers last week that he wanted action on climate change to be a major theme of Britain's chairmanship of the G7. Philip Dunn, the Conservative chair for the British Parliament Environment Audits Committee, said Sunak should use the budget to make progress on a government promise to reduce net carbon emissions to zero by 2050. That's no combustive internal combustion engine cars anymore, you see, etc. They have to be phased out in 9 years now. You understand that? So they're going to tax and tax and tax everybody into utter poverty to achieve their zero carbon goals, etc. And then they won't. And don't forget what they said too. They weren't going to allow anybody to reopen any business in the future, regardless of what you do or comply with, if they deem that you're not green enough. Yeah. New Zealand voted to legalise euthanasia and assisted suicide following public referendum. That's another one too that ties in with the cheapening of life. That was from last November there. I'm not surprised by Anna Vick. I knew all this was coming, you see, years ago. Remember what Aldous Huxley's brother, Julian Huxley, that was in charge of the kind of world socialist group at the time, and who worked for UNESCO, United Nations, and promoted euthanasia and family planning, by the way, which he meant really abortion, and really he wanted to sterilize people. And a complete, again, elitist as well. But Julian Huxley let a lot out of the bag in his speeches at the UNESCO, in fact, about the different groups and categories of types of humans, even the ones who helped them. And that they wouldn't come into the next system just because they'd helped them. There's a different way of grading you see, who's going to live in. Just like George Bernard Shaw. It's almost an esoteric speech they're putting out there that the guys in the in-group know what it means. How you're going to be graded for coming through into the next kind of system. Quite fascinating, really, in a sense. But it's all out in front of you today. And Julian Huxley, in one of his main speeches, I've mentioned it before, he talks about how he had and used, and the UN must push this idea to get humans off, to train humans that life is cheap, basically, is what he's saying. Julian Huxley said we've got to knock them off the pedestal, their stool. They believe that they're higher than other forms of life. Knock them down from this belief that they're a superior being on the planet, to make them feel inferior. Only then, obviously, can you do things with them when you've trained them that they're inferior and they really are worthless. You understand? That's what he meant by it. I'm paraphrasing some of it. That's what he meant. They couldn't do all they wanted to do as long as folk thought they really had rights, and that there was a God that appreciated life itself. To be trained. No, there's no God. There's nothing. You're just a piece of protoplasmic scum. And you'll do what we want. We'll do with you as we want, you see. That's really what they wanted. And they still want that. But they always go, we're here to help you. We're here to help you. Oh, we're going to take all your rights away to help you. Then you see the same agenda, the same old agenda being pushed upon you. It is the same agenda. And this article here ties in with the challenge test I mentioned earlier, that this is the first time that they've come out with the different vaccinations, or what they call vaccinations anyway, this time. It's a vastly different kind altogether. And in fact, it's unique in giving this to people. But anyway, they didn't do the challenge test. And I read the articles from Fauci and other ones before who said they decided not to give it to the young people in case they got ill. Well, the whole point of giving them a challenge test in a control group of volunteers is to protect the general society. So you do it in the control. So after you've given the vaccine, after a couple of weeks, you expose them to the virus. That's called the challenge test. And if they pass that, then they can say, well, okay, it worked well. The person didn't get ill with the virus that we exposed them to. So their antibodies worked fine, etc., etc. And that's generally how but that's normal vaccines, right? This time they never did it. With an experimental vaccine that they know nothing about how it's going to affect the public. And according to, as I say, their own study groups in the government who put out the tenders for applications of artificial intelligence organizations to use AI to try and monitor the people who get the jabs to see what happens to them when they haven't completed the test yet, right? But here's an article here, right? This is after, I remember the one about why do all this stuff after the horse is bolted? Well, the world's first COVID-19 human challenge study has been given the go-ahead. They haven't done it yet, after giving millions of vaccines out. It's going to be, so they're hoping to begin it next month with young people intentionally infected with the virus to learn more about how it works. How can the papers tell you it's all safe when everything's to find out what happens, right? They don't know yet. So here again, here they're fudging it again. Up to 90 people, 90 folk, right? Up to, right? 18 and to 30 years of age. And the most folk who get ill are way over that. Why are they picking 18 to 30? That's so they can get good results, obviously. Because the last thing they want are folk having bad reactions and dying of it with it. So they get young, healthy folk. So they'll be exposed to COVID-19 in a safe and controlled environment, meaning a hospital, with their research set to play a key role in developing effective new vaccines and treatments. You see? So volunteers will compensate for the time they spend in the study, with the researchers encouraging those 18 to 30 to come forward. Now here again, the folk getting rich off this. So here's 99 folk, up to 90 people, right? It's going to cost £33.6 million of taxpayers' money again now. And the trial has now passed, guess who, the key ethics committee stage, meaning it can begin immediately. So again, these high priests of ethicists have the final say in everything, see? So it can begin immediately when they decide when to do it. However, the study will not begin without the go-ahead from the local National Health Service to ensure the study will not impact on the NHS's ability to care for patients during the pandemic. Don't worry about it. They might be dancing. I don't know. It's a new meaning of A&E. Yeah, it's arts and entertainment now. It's truly Monty Python, isn't it? And another one too, it says a Telangana man dies after a jab, officials say. And but the officials says it seems unrelated to the vaccine. Well, it's always that way. 42-year-old healthcare worker in Nirmal district of Telangana who received the COVID-19 died this morning after complaining of chest pain. That's pretty common with preliminary findings suggesting the death is unrelated to the vaccine. Again, what findings? So he was vaccinated about 11:30 a.m. Tuesday at a primary health centre in the district and sent to have developed chest pain at around 2:30 today. He was brought in dead to the district hospital at 5:30 a.m. The State Director of Public Health, G. Srinivasa Rao, said in a press release. Primary findings suggest the death seems unrelated to vaccination, it said. That's in depth. That's good enough for me. It's happening all the time, is that stuff in these cases, eh? But perfectly safe. You're part of the study now. You've got to try it for a couple of years, but you're perfectly safe, says the media. Also, here's the thing too. You understand? I mentioned too. These coronaviruses aren't really licensed. This is coronavirus vaccine, emergency powers to allow the use of unlicensed COVID-19 vaccination in the UK. Ministers as politicians could invoke very unusual measures to speed up vaccine rollout to save tens of thousands of lives. Just put away all the safety and everything else and don't license someone, just put them out there. That's what's been happening. So the politicians are planning to invoke emergency powers to vaccinate the public against the COVID-19, even if it's unlicensed, as I can reveal. The vaccine becomes available before the end of Brexit transition period on 31st December, that's just passed, and has not been approved by the EU medicines watchdog. The UK will use its own emergency regulations to sidestep EU law to allow the jab to be deployed due to the serious threat the virus poses to human life. So let's get an experimental vaccine. It's not licensed for humans. So I'll put this article up too. Ex-Australian Facebook CEO urges the users to delete the app over news ban, right? He says he's sorry for blocking emergency pages and sweeping news ban, and he's speaking out against it. So he's urged them to get rid of their apps in response to Mark Zuckerberg's sad decision to block news from the platform in the country. And Stephen Sheeler, ex-boss of Facebook Australia and New Zealand, said in an interview that Facebook's controversial move looks and feels ugly and blasted the CEO Zuckerberg for his motivations. It shouldn't have happened, but it did, he says. And there's no good answers, but at Facebook nobody ever loses their jobs. He said he was a proud ex-Facebooker, but over the years I get more and more exasperated for Facebook and Mark is too much about the money and the power and not about the good. It's more than just that. These are front people, Zuckerberg and so on. Same as Bill Gates, actually. And all these characters that meet at the Lucky Gene Club and so on. How can you go into countries and do what you want to do with them, politically and socially and so on, and get away with it unless it's a super deep state, a world deep state there? Somebody would do something about it. I'm not talking about what you think is legal means. They'd do something about it. If you try to do something, if you were a newcomer and you went into interfering nations and so on, you'd have the CIA hit guys just do a wet job on you and that's you gone. Very quickly too. A vastly different system runs this world. Vastly different. So I'll put this link up too to this one. And then you have the one by Tony. I hate putting Tony Blair's website up. Basically his own one, as he decides how you should be running your lives, and they'll do it for you, mind you, and so on. And he's in bed with all the biggies. I'm talking about the big corporations. This guy went into the quartet, remember, after he left politics, raked in millions and millions of bucks from the big corporations and so on. Doing this semi-official job for corporations and the government at the same time. Yep. So he's pushing the same old stuff and the tracking and all the rest of it, etc., etc., etc. Big bucks for Tony, no doubt about it. The one-man band for war, eh? The man who helped wreck Europe from the fallout of mass migration because of the wars that he was all for. And here too, Google and Oracle to monitor Americans who get Warp Speed's COVID vaccine for up to 2 years. Okay, there you go. Put up to for those who still didn't get it already. You're living through an amazing agenda, folks. And I tell people who listen to me generally can handle the news. You can't handle anything if you put your head in the sand. But there are people, thank goodness, that want to know. And who don't sit and chew their fingers every day when they find out what's going on. It fortifies you and makes you stronger. That's what it does. It makes you stronger, folks. And I tell you, it makes you grow up big time when you understand how evil the world really is. And it isn't just become evil. You've been living in a fantasy your whole life anyway and kept immature and silly. And the entertainment they gave you was for children, really. And in the entertainment too, was lots of propaganda and indoctrinations. These are your updates, just like computer updates for spyware. You get updates for the culture, what you're supposed to say, not say, think, not think, yada, yada, yada. So really, you've been living a bit of a fantasy your whole life long. And it's been cruel all along. Your countries have been at wars. There's always wars on the go all the time across the planet. And special force groups were designated years ago to be used. More so than just all-out warfare programs. They would use them across the world, and they have been using them consistently for the last 30-odd, maybe 40 years. And so the things you hear about or even see in movie versions and drama really happen, and the murders happen, slaughters happen, and then you even had Obama, for goodness sake, in main newspapers and magazines saying he was happy going in the morning to work, and he personally would pick the targets for drone strikes. Maybe read in the papers they were blowing up Muslims having weddings or even funerals and so on. Oops. There's lots of oops. Oh, it wasn't him after all. It wasn't this one after all. It didn't matter. Do you understand how frivolous it was? And all the characters involved in blowing other people up. And you're told it's just oops. These are the same characters that are still really in power behind the scenes today. And do you think you see you any better or differently? Do you really think so? Than those disposable Muslims that they had designated for extermination in their own countries. You better start waking up even at a higher level than you've woken up to right now. The greatest evil on the planet right now generally wears suits and ties as the uniform. Or you get the more PR-created, relaxed type like Bill Gates with his sweaters on, But regardless, they're all the same uniforms to me. I hope you understand what you're witnessing, what you're living through right now. And there's a much bigger agenda going on, much, much bigger than COVID-19. Much, much bigger. When the same agenda is sustainability, when the same agenda is global warming that turned into climate change, which is also sustainability, it's been prattled out now for sustainability under COVID. It's the same agenda. And it's rocket launched under COVID, you see, much faster. Anyway, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. Send me a few bucks, folks, please. And you'll see how to do it if you go into the website, cuttingthroughthematrix.com. And don't give up, because, this is part of being alive, is putting up with evil in your lifetime. And every generation's had this bout of it. And folk were set off to slaughters in World War I. 20 years passed for a new crop of folk to get slaughtered. Were sent off for World War II. That's why they always wait about 20 years or so. And at the end of World War II, before it was over, you had Americans and Australians too, and some British special forces over in Vietnam, for a while. And then you get in different countries as well. And it goes on and on and on. You don't realize you're always at war with somebody, for purposes that you'd never fathom, even if you're told about them. You'll really never get the truth out of them. The CIA is does amazing things across the world for a global controlled society, including at home. It doesn't work for American citizens. Not the people, anyway. You're living through incredible evil. You're seeing some of the people coming forward. I always said that 2 years ago with the so-called hidden masters would one day come forward when they felt it was safe to declare themselves to the people, to guide the people into a new system and through a new system. Blavatsky prattled on about that too, with their theosophy and so on. And so did the big movement. And don't forget too, the revolutionary movement from the 1700s, 1800s into the 20th century. The revolutionary movement was steeped in occultism. Steeped in it, absolutely. The Tennysons of the world and so on were all heavily involved in the occult and revolution. I could go on about that too and give you talks about some of the characters and what happened and so on, but not tonight, folks. So anyway, that's me, I guess. CuttingThroughTheMatrix.com. Send me a few bucks, because I really do need it. And I'll continue to put out information as we go through it all together. And don't forget, you can send me emails too to let me know how things are going. And even to the folk I can't get back to right away, because I get overwhelmed at times, I read them all, you know. And it's fantastic to get real history in the making from people who are living through it too. We are history, understand, not the eventual books they'll churn out with a different version of it. The authorized version. You are the authorized version. You're living it through it. And with your experiences of it all. So take care of yourselves and stay in touch. For myself, Alan Watt from Ontario, Canada, is good night. May your God or your gods go with you.